Hello and welcome. I'm glad you're here tonight. Perhaps you've had a long day. Maybe your thoughts are still racing, replaying conversations, planning tomorrow, refusing to settle. That's all right. That's just your brain doing what it does best, thinking, wondering, never quite knowing when to rest. Tonight we're going to explore that very thing, the organ behind your eyes, the 3 pounds of soft tissue that somehow contains everything you are. The human brain, your brain. It's the most complex structure we know of in the universe, more intricate than any galaxy, more mysterious than the deepest ocean. And yet, it's right there with you, right now, listening to these words, deciding what they mean, perhaps already starting to drift. We'll move slowly tonight. There's no rush. We have 100 gentle facts to explore, some simple, some strange, some that might just change how you think about thinking itself. You don't need to remember them all. In fact, you probably won't, and that's perfectly fine. Your brain will hold on to what matters and let the rest dissolve like morning mist. Before we begin, I'm curious. How was your day? Whatever it was, the good moments and the difficult ones, they're all being processed right now by the very thing we're about to explore. If you'd like, leave a comment below and tell me. I read them all, and if you enjoyed these quiet journeys into science, consider subscribing. It helps more people find their way here, to this calm corner of the internet. Now let's begin. Let's start with something simple, something you can hold in your hands, at least in your imagination. Your brain weighs about 3 pounds, roughly the same as a small bag of flour, or maybe a pineapple. 3 pounds. Not much, really. You could carry it easily, though of course you already are. But here's what's remarkable about those 3 pounds. Despite making up only about 2% of your total body weight, your brain consumes 20% of all your energy. 1/5 of everything you eat, every calorie you burn, goes to feeding this small, wrinkled organ. Even now, as you lie still, as your muscles relax and your breathing slows, your brain is burning through resources like a furnace that never quite goes out. It needs this energy to maintain the constant electrical storm happening inside your skull. Billions of cells, firing and connecting, creating the sensation of you, creating thoughts about thoughts, creating the ability to wonder why you're wondering. During sleep, your brain doesn't rest in the way your muscles do. It shifts its work. It consolidates memories, processes emotions, clears away the metabolic waste of the day. All of this requires fuel. Your body knows this, which is why it continues delivering oxygen-rich blood and glucose, even when everything else has powered down for the night. Think of it this way. You are carrying a small, incredibly hungry universe just behind your forehead, and it will keep humming, keep working, keep being you until the very last moment. That's both beautiful and a little overwhelming if you let yourself think about it too long. But we won't think too long, not tonight. Inside those 3 pounds, you have approximately 86 billion neurons. 86 billion. That's a number so large it becomes almost meaningless. The way thinking about stars in the galaxy makes your mind feel suddenly small and stretched thin at the same time. But let me give you some perspective. If you decided to count these neurons, 1 per second, never sleeping, never pausing, a steady count like a meditation gone terribly wrong, it would take you nearly 3,000 years to count them all. You'd need to start before the pyramids were built and keep going past today, past your children's children's children, just to reach the end. Each of these neurons is a living cell, not so different in some ways from the cells in your fingertips or your liver. But neurons are specialized, built for one elegant purpose: communication. They reach out to each other across microscopic gaps, forming connections, building networks, creating the architecture of thought. And they do this constantly. Right now, as you listen to these words, as you perhaps shift position, or feel the weight of blankets, or notice the temperature of the room, millions of neurons are coordinating, passing signals back and forth, creating a unified experience from fragments of sensation. It's a bit like a city that never sleeps. Each neuron is a building with lights turning on and off, messages being sent and received. Except the city has 86 billion buildings, all connected, all communicating. The traffic never stops. The messages never cease, until they do someday, and the city goes dark. But not tonight. Tonight, your city is alive and humming, listening to a story about itself. Your brain is about 73% water. Almost 3/4 of it is just water. The same stuff falling from the sky, filling the ocean, sitting in the glass on your nightstand. It seems almost too simple, doesn't it? Something so complex, so capable of mathematics and poetry and memory, being mostly water. But here's the thing about that water: it matters more than you might think. Even mild dehydration, losing just 2% of your brain's water content, begins to impair the very things you rely on most. Your attention starts to slip. Memories become harder to grasp. Your mood might darken, though you won't necessarily know why. You might think you're tired or stressed, when really you're just thirsty. The brain is sensitive to its fluid balance in a way that feels almost fragile. It needs water to maintain the delicate chemistry of neurotransmission, to keep signals flowing cleanly from one cell to the next. Water cushions the brain, protects it, helps clear away the waste products of thinking. There's something humbling about this. We imagine the brain as electrical, computational, something more machine than biology. But it's not. It's wet and soft and vulnerable. It's more ocean than circuit board, and perhaps that's appropriate. Life began in water. We spent 9 months submerged before taking our first breath. Maybe we carry that original ocean inside our skulls, a reminder that for all our complexity, we're still made of the same simple elements as everything else. Hydrogen and oxygen, arranged just so. You are, in a very real sense, thinking water. And if that seems strange, well, the universe is full of strange transformations. The word brain comes to us from Old English, bragen, a simple word for a simple understanding. But rewind a few thousand years further to ancient Egypt, and you'll find something surprising. The Egyptians didn't think much of the brain at all. When they prepared a body for the afterlife, they did so with elaborate care. Every organ was preserved, wrapped, stored in special jars. The heart especially was sacred, believed to be the seat of intelligence, emotion, and the soul itself. The heart would be weighed in the afterlife, measured against a feather to determine worthiness. But the brain, they discarded it. During mummification, they would insert a long hook through the nose, break through the delicate bone, and carefully extract the brain piece by piece. Then they threw it away. It was considered useless, a space filler, nothing more. Imagine that. an entire civilization, brilliant in so many ways, mathematics, architecture, astronomy, completely wrong about the organ that made all their brilliance possible. They built pyramids that still stand today, but they threw away the very thing that designed them. It wasn't until much later, with ancient Greek physicians like Hippocrates, that people began to suspect the brain might be important. That maybe, just maybe, this soft gray matter was the source of thought, sensation, and consciousness. It makes you wonder what we're wrong about today. What organs or systems or fundamental assumptions will seem foolish 1,000 years from now? What are we throwing away, metaphorically, because we can't yet see its value? But the ancient Egyptians got one thing right. Preservation matters. Memory matters. Holding on to what's important. Your brain does that every day, deciding what to keep and what to discard, making you who you are, one memory at a time. If you could hold a brain in your hands, and I hope you never have to in any context that isn't educational, you'd be surprised by its texture. It feels something like firm tofu or soft butter, delicate, almost unnervingly fragile for something so important. This isn't the hard, resilient organ you might imagine. It's gentle, pliable, easily damaged, which is why nature wrapped it in so many layers of protection. Your skull, thick and hard. 3 membranes called meninges, each one a thin barrier between the brain and the outside world, and between the innermost membrane and the brain itself, cerebrospinal fluid, cushioning every movement, every impact, every time you nod your head or stumble on a step. Without these protections, even the smallest trauma would be catastrophic. The brain has no ability to repair itself the way skin does, or bone or muscle. Once neurons die, they're mostly gone. The brain can adapt, reroute, compensate. It's remarkably plastic in that way, but it can't regenerate damage the way your body can heal a cut. So you live your entire life with this soft, vulnerable thing protected by bone and fluid and membrane. And most of the time, you never think about it. You run and jump and shake your head and laugh and never consider the delicate machinery that makes it all possible. It's a bit like carrying a raw egg through a crowded room every day for your entire life, and somehow, miraculously, never dropping it. Your body knows how precious this cargo is, even if you don't consciously think about it. So maybe tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you can appreciate the quiet miracle of protection, the fact that your brain, soft and fragile as it is, has been kept safe all this time. Earlier, I mentioned you have 86 billion neurons, but neurons don't work in isolation. Each one reaches out to others, forming connections called synapses, and a single neuron can connect to thousands, sometimes tens of thousands, of other neurons. Do the math on that, and you arrive at a number that's almost incomprehensible. About 100 trillion synaptic connections in your brain. 100 trillion points of contact where information flows, where signals are amplified or dampened, where decisions are made at a cellular level. These connections are you. Every memory, every skill, every personality quirk, every fear and hope and dream, it's all encoded in this vast network of connections. When you learn something new, you're physically changing the strength of these synapses. When you practice a skill, you're reinforcing specific pathways, making certain connections more efficient. Think of it as a city's road system, except instead of a few hundred major routes, you have 100 trillion roads. all carrying traffic simultaneously. Some roads are highways, well-traveled and fast. Others are barely more than dirt paths, used rarely. But they're all there, all part of the network. And the beautiful thing is that this network is constantly changing. Every experience reshapes it. Every thought you have, every word you read, every conversation, it all leaves a trace, however small, in the pattern of your connections. You are, in a very real sense, a pattern that persists through time, a specific arrangement of connections that creates the continuity of self. Tomorrow, some of those connections will be slightly different. You'll be slightly different, changed by sleep, by dreams, by the simple passage of time. But the pattern will continue. The road system will adapt. And you'll still be you, even as you slowly become someone new. Your brain generates electricity, about 12 to 25 watts when you're awake, enough to power a low-wattage LED bulb. If you could somehow harness all that electrical activity and wire it to a light bulb, you could literally illuminate a thought. This electricity isn't like the power running through your walls. It's biological, created by ions, charged particles, flowing across cell membranes. When a neuron fires, it's creating a tiny electrical impulse, a wave of charged particles rushing along its length, triggering the release of chemicals that affect other neurons. Billions of these small electrical events happening in coordinated patterns create brain waves. Scientists can measure these waves with electrodes placed on your scalp, watching the electrical rhythms of your brain rise and fall, speed up and slow down, depending on what you're doing. Right now, as you rest and listen, your brain is probably producing alpha waves, a calm, steady rhythm around 8 to 12 cycles per second. If you're starting to drift toward sleep, you might be shifting into theta waves, slower still, the electrical signature of drowsiness. There's something poetic about this. Your thoughts, your consciousness, your sense of being present in this moment. It's all electricity, patterns of charge flowing through wet tissue, light and life, emerging from the same fundamental force. And when you sleep, when the lights dim and consciousness fades, the electricity doesn't stop. It changes rhythm, shifts patterns, but continues its eternal dance. The city's lights stay on even when no one's watching. The brain is never truly off, only different. Here's something that seems wrong until you think about it. The brain has no pain receptors, none. You could touch brain tissue directly during surgery, and the patient wouldn't feel a thing from the brain itself. This is why some brain surgeries are performed while the patient is awake and conscious. Surgeons can stimulate different areas. Ask the patient what they're experiencing. Perhaps a memory or the urge to move an arm or a sudden smell of coffee. And map the brain in real time. The patient isn't in pain from the brain being touched, only from the skull being opened. But wait, if the brain can't feel pain, why do headaches exist? Why does your head hurt after a long day, or when you're dehydrated, or when you have the flu? The answer is elegant. The pain isn't coming from the brain itself. It's coming from everything around it. The blood vessels surrounding the brain, the membranes that wrap it, the muscles in your scalp and neck, the sinuses and nerves and tissues. All of these can ache and throb and send pain signals to, ironically, the brain, which interprets them as pain in your head. Your brain, the thing that processes and interprets every pain signal in your body, can't feel itself being damaged. It's like a telephone switchboard that routes all the calls but can't make a call of its own. There's something both reassuring and unsettling about this. On one hand, the brain's lack of pain receptors makes certain medical procedures possible. On the other hand, it means brain damage can occur silently, without warning. Without the alarm system, we rely on everywhere else in our bodies. But tonight, as your head rests on your pillow, pain-free and comfortable, you can appreciate that sometimes not feeling is a gift. Your brain grew faster than any other organ in your life, and it did most of that growing before you could even remember it happening. By age 6, your brain had already reached about 90% of its adult size. Think about that. You were still losing baby teeth, still years away from puberty, still more interested in cartoons than anything remotely serious, and your brain was nearly full grown. Not in terms of sophistication or capability, that would take 2 more decades, but in sheer volume, in space occupied inside your skull. But here's what's interesting. The remaining growth, that last 10%, and the decades of development beyond, isn't about adding more neurons. You were born with most of the neurons you'd ever have. Instead, it's about refinement, about strengthening the connections that matter and eliminating the ones that don't. It's called pruning, and it's exactly what it sounds like. Your brain, like a master gardener, cuts away excess branches to make the remaining ones stronger. Synapses you don't use get eliminated. The ones you do use get reinforced, insulated with a fatty substance called myelin that makes signals travel faster. This is why childhood experiences matter so much, not just emotionally, but physically. The experiences you have, the things you practice, the languages you hear, the emotions you feel, all of it shapes which connections survive and which get pruned away. By the time you reach adulthood, your brain has made itself, sculpted itself from an overabundance of possibility into the specific, unique pattern that is you. And even then it keeps changing, keeps adapting, keeps refining itself until the very end. You are always, in a sense, under construction. Inside your skull, connecting the left and right hemispheres of your brain, is a bundle of about 200 million nerve fibers called the corpus callosum. It's the bridge between your brain's 2 halves, allowing them to communicate and coordinate. Your left hemisphere and right hemisphere aren't identical. They have different specialties, different roles to play. Language tends to live more on the left for most people, spatial awareness more on the right, but they work together, constantly sharing information across this bridge of fibers, creating a unified experience of the world. Rarely, in severe cases of epilepsy that can't be controlled any other way, surgeons cut the corpus callosum. They sever the bridge. And what happens is fascinating and a little unsettling. The 2 hemispheres can no longer communicate. They begin to operate independently. Patients with split brains can, in controlled experiments, show strange behaviors. Their right hand and left hand might disagree, each controlled by a different hemisphere with different information. They might see an object in their left visual field, which processes in the right hemisphere, and be unable to name it because language is in the left hemisphere and the bridge is gone. But in everyday life, they mostly function normally. The brain is resourceful. It finds workarounds, new paths, ways to coordinate even without the main highway. This tells us something profound. Your unified sense of self, the feeling that you're one person with one consciousness, depends on communication, on the constant exchange of information between different parts of your brain. Break that communication, and you become what? Still one person? Two? The question doesn't have an easy answer, but the bridge is there for you, intact, carrying signals back and forth, hundreds of millions of messages every second, keeping you whole. Your brain needs blood, desperately, constantly, without pause. And to deliver it, you have about 400 miles of blood vessels winding through your brain tissue. 400 miles. That's roughly the distance from New York to Cleveland, all coiled and folded inside your skull. These vessels, arteries, veins, capillaries, form an intricate network that ensures every neuron gets the oxygen and glucose it needs. And your brain is demanding about this. It monitors blood flow constantly, redirecting it to wherever the work is happening. If you're reading, more blood flows to your visual cortex. If you're solving a problem, your prefrontal cortex gets priority. This is why you can feel mental fatigue. When you've been thinking hard for hours, your brain has been diverting blood, burning glucose, working those neural pathways intensely. The tiredness isn't imaginary, it's metabolic. Cut off blood flow to the brain for just seconds, and you lose consciousness. A few minutes, and brain cells begin to die. This is what makes strokes so devastating. A blocked or burst blood vessel means part of the brain stops getting oxygen, and time becomes everything. But right now, as you rest, those 400 miles of vessels are doing their quiet work. Your heart beats, blood flows, and every corner of your brain receives what it needs. No effort on your part, no conscious thought required. Just the steady, reliable infrastructure keeping your inner universe alive. Your brain wasn't designed all at once. It was built in layers, over hundreds of millions of years of evolution, like a city that keeps adding new districts on top of old ones. The deepest, oldest part, sometimes called the reptilian brain, handles basic survival, breathing, heart rate, the fight or flight response. This is the part you share with lizards and birds and fish, ancient and reliable. On top of that, mammals added the limbic system, structures for emotion, motivation, memory formation. This is where fear lives, and joy, and the drive to seek food or connection. And finally, relatively recently in evolutionary terms, came the neocortex, the wrinkled outer layer. This is what makes us human. Language, abstract thought, planning for the future, understanding that others have minds like ours. What's fascinating is that these layers don't always agree. Your reptilian brain might scream danger when you're about to give a speech, flooding you with adrenaline, even though your neocortex knows you're safe. Your limbic system might crave sugar, even when your rational mind knows you've had enough. You are, in a sense, three brains trying to work as one. An ancient survival machine wrapped in emotion, wrapped in reason. And most of the time, this arrangement works beautifully. But sometimes you can feel the conflict, the different parts pulling in different directions. Tonight, as you settle toward sleep, those ancient parts take over. Your neocortex quiets, rational thought fades, and the older, deeper systems do their timeless work, keeping you breathing, processing the day, preparing for tomorrow. Every time you learn something new, your brain physically changes, not metaphorically, not in some vague, abstract sense, actually structurally, measurably changes. When you practice a skill, the synapses involved in that skill get stronger. The connections between neurons become more efficient, more responsive. If you keep practicing, your brain might even insulate those neural pathways with more myelin, making signals travel faster. The change is real. This property is called neuroplasticity, and it's one of neuroscience's most hopeful discoveries. It means your brain isn't fixed. It's not set in stone after childhood. It remains capable of change, of adaptation throughout your entire life. Learn a new language, and the language centers of your brain will physically expand. Learn to juggle, and motor control areas will strengthen. Meditate regularly, and regions associated with attention and emotional regulation will thicken. Even reading these words right now is changing you in small ways, creating tiny new connections, reinforcing others, leaving a trace in the structure of your brain that wasn't there before. Of course, this works both ways. Stop practicing something, and those connections weaken. The brain is efficient. It won't maintain pathways you don't use. This is why skills fade without practice, why languages you once knew become fuzzy, why muscles have memory but brains have, well, selective architecture. But the fundamental truth remains beautiful. You are not stuck being who you are. Your brain will meet you halfway. Give it new experiences, new challenges, new information, and it will reshape itself to accommodate them. You are always becoming. The structure of your mind is always in motion, always under revision. If you could unfold your brain, smooth out all its wrinkles and folds, it would cover about 2.5 square feet, roughly the size of a large pizza or a full newspaper page spread open. But it doesn't unfold. It crumples, folds, wrinkles itself into a compact shape that fits inside your skull. These folds have names. The bumps are called giri, the grooves are called sulci, and they're not random. They follow patterns that are generally similar across all human brains, with individual variations. The purpose of all this folding is simple: surface area. The outer layer of your brain, the cortex, is where most of the complex processing happens, and the more cortical surface area you have, the more processing power you have. Evolution found a clever solution. Instead of making skulls enormous, it folded the brain like origami. Other animals have varying amounts of folding. Dolphins and elephants have highly folded brains, lots of surface area packed into their skulls. Mice have smooth brains, less folding, less cortical real estate. Generally, the more complex an animal's behavior and cognition, the more folded their brain. But here's something interesting. Brain size and folding don't tell the whole story. Einstein's brain wasn't particularly large. What mattered was the organization, the connections, the specific ways information flowed through his particular neural architecture. Your brain, folded and compact, carries an enormous landscape of possibility. Hills and valleys of thought, regions specialized for language, vision, memory, emotion, all tucked neatly into the space behind your eyes. A small universe, folded to fit. Your brain runs on about 10 watts of power. 10 watts. That's less than most light bulbs, less than charging your phone, barely enough to notice on your electric bill if brains needed outlets. And yet, with this tiny amount of energy, your brain performs computations that the world's most powerful supercomputers can't match. It recognizes faces instantly, understands language in real time, navigates complex social situations, creates art, feels emotions, generates the entire experience of being conscious. The secret is parallelism. Your brain doesn't process information like a computer, one step at a time in sequence. Instead, billions of neurons work simultaneously, each doing simple tasks that add up to something extraordinary. It's massively parallel computation, like having billions of tiny processors all working at once. This is why artificial intelligence researchers are so interested in neural networks, computer systems inspired by how brains work. But even our best AI requires massive amounts of power, server farms consuming megawatts of electricity to accomplish things your brain does effortlessly on 10 watts. Evolution had billions of years to optimize for efficiency, to create a system that could think, remember, learn, and feel without requiring enormous amounts of food, because in the wild, energy was scarce. Brain that needed too much food would be a liability, not an advantage. So here you are, carrying this remarkably efficient machine. Right now, for the cost of about 10 watts, you're understanding language, forming thoughts, maybe imagining the concepts I'm describing, all while your brain simultaneously manages your breathing, heartbeat, balance, and 1,000 other tasks. 10 watts. Incredible economy for infinity. Your brain story begins 3 weeks after conception. Not much of you exists yet, just a cluster of cells, smaller than a grain of rice, but already something remarkable is happening. A tiny tube is forming, a groove in a sheet of cells that will fold and close and become your entire nervous system. This neural tube is the foundation. From it, everything else will grow. The brain, the spinal cord, every nerve in your body, all of it starts here, in the simple structure appearing in the 3rd week. By week 5, that tube is already specializing, dividing into regions that will become different parts of the brain. The forebrain, midbrain, hindbrain, rough drafts of the structures you carry now. Nothing is conscious yet, nothing is thinking, but the architecture is being laid down. It's a fragile time. Anything that interferes with this early development, certain medications, infections, lack of folic acid, can cause profound problems because the foundation is being poured. Get it right, and everything else can build properly. Get it wrong, and the effects ripple through a lifetime. But most of the time, it goes right. The tube forms, closes, and begins its transformation. And over the next months, that tiny cluster of cells will become the most complex structure in the known universe. You began as almost nothing, a few cells with instructions, folding and dividing and specializing, following a plan billions of years in the making. And here you are now, using the result of that ancient plan to contemplate its own origins. During peak brain development before birth, neurons are created at a rate of about 250,000 per minute. Per minute. That's more than 4,000 neurons every second. A rate of creation so fast, it's almost hard to imagine. For months, your developing brain was an explosion of growth, cells dividing and migrating, finding their positions, beginning to form connections. This is why pregnancy is so demanding on the mother's body. Building a brain requires enormous resources, precise timing, careful orchestration of thousands of genetic instructions. By the time you're born, you have nearly all the neurons you'll ever have. About 100 billion of them, packed into a brain roughly 1/4 the size it will eventually become. The hardware is mostly there. What's missing is the wiring, the trillions of connections that will form through experience. This is one of nature's interesting choices. Many animals are born with brains that are much more ready to go. A newborn horse can walk within hours. A baby sea turtle can navigate to the ocean immediately. But human babies are helpless for years because our brains are born unfinished. We're born with the potential for language, but we need to hear language to develop it. We're born with the capacity for culture, but we need culture to shape us. Our brains come ready to learn, but not pre-programmed with specific knowledge. This makes us flexible, adaptable. We can live in deserts or tundras, speak thousands of different languages, create countless different cultures. But it also makes us vulnerable, dependent, requiring years of care. 250,000 neurons per minute, and then it stops, and the real work of becoming begins. A newborn's brain is about 1/4 the size of an adult brain. Small, still forming, only about 11 ounces, but over the first year of life, it will triple in size, one of the fastest growth periods for any organ. This growth isn't just about getting bigger, it's about making connections. A newborn's brain has the neurons, but not the experience. Every sight, sound, touch, smell, everything the baby encounters triggers neural activity, forms connections, begins to wire the brain for the particular world the baby is born into. This is why that first year is so critical. The brain is incredibly receptive, building fundamental pathways for sensory processing, motor control, emotional bonding, language foundations. It's like the brain is asking questions. What language will I speak? What faces are safe? How does gravity work? What do objects do? And using experience to answer them. This massive growth requires enormous energy, which is why babies eat constantly and sleep so much. Sleep is when much of the brain's construction work happens, consolidating the day's experiences into lasting neural architecture. As a parent or caretaker watches a baby grow, they're witnessing not just physical development, but the literal construction of a mind. Every interaction, every song, every cuddle is helping shape the neural pathways that will carry that person through life. And the baby's brain knows what it needs. It's hungry for experience, for stimulation, for connection. Left alone, it won't develop properly. Given love and interaction, it will flourish. 1/4 size at birth, full-sized by adolescence, but always growing, always changing, always becoming more specifically itself. Your brain doesn't finish developing until you're about 25 years old. 25. Not 18 when you're legally an adult. Not 21 when you can drink. 25 when the last critical region finally matures. That region is the prefrontal cortex, sitting right behind your forehead. It handles impulse control, decision-making, planning for the future, understanding consequences, regulating emotions. All the things we associate with being a responsible adult. This is why teenagers and young adults, despite being intelligent and capable, sometimes make baffling decisions. Their brains are in an awkward stage. The limbic system, which seeks rewards and gets excited, is fully developed. But the prefrontal cortex, which should be pumping the brakes, is still under construction. It's like having a powerful car with a partly installed braking system. The engine works great, but stopping requires more effort, more conscious control. And sometimes, the brakes just don't engage quickly enough. This isn't an excuse exactly. Young adults can still make good choices, but it's an explanation. The hardware isn't quite finished yet. The neural pathways for restraint and foresight are still being insulated, strengthened, refined. By the mid-20s, it's done. The prefrontal cortex catches up, and most people find they're a bit better at controlling impulses, planning ahead, making decisions they won't regret. But even then, development doesn't stop. It just shifts from construction to maintenance, from building to refinement. The brain keeps changing, keeps adapting, keeps being shaped by life. You're never finished becoming yourself. Babies are born with about twice as many neural connections as adults. Twice as many. You'd think more connections would mean more capability, but that's not quite how it works. A baby's brain is overbuilt, overconnected, like a city with far too many roads going everywhere. This abundance of connections represents pure potential. The baby's brain doesn't know yet which pathways will be useful, which languages it will need to speak, which skills it will need to develop. So it builds everything, just in case. Then comes the pruning. As the child grows, experiences, learns, the brain begins to eliminate unused connections, the pathways that get used frequently, language sounds the child hears, movements the child practices, emotional patterns reinforced by caregivers. These get stronger. Everything else gradually fades away. It's called use it or lose it at a neural level. And it's not wasteful, it's efficient. By eliminating unnecessary connections, the remaining ones can work faster, more reliably. The signal-to-noise ratio improves. This is why childhood experiences matter so much. Why learning a language is easier when you're young. Why early trauma can have lasting effects. The brain is being sculpted, pruned, shaped by experience during this critical window. By adulthood, you've lost half those connections, but what remains is specific, refined, optimized for the particular life you're living. You've become less potential and more actual, less possibility and more person. The pruning continues throughout life, just more slowly. Every day, you're losing a few connections you don't use while strengthening others. The garden of your mind is constantly being tended, shaped by what you give your attention to. For most of your life, scientists believed that the neurons you were born with were all you'd ever have. Brain cells don't regenerate. They, said, lose them, and they're gone forever. It was accepted wisdom, repeated in textbooks, considered fundamental fact. Then in the 1960s, researchers discovered they were wrong. The brain does produce new neurons throughout life, particularly in a region called the hippocampus, the same area crucial for forming new memories. This process, called neurogenesis, continues from birth until death, though it slows with age. Every day, your hippocampus generates new neurons that integrate into existing circuits, helping you encode new experiences and adapt to new information. What's remarkable is what influences this process. Exercise promotes neurogenesis. Learning new things promotes it. Stress and depression suppress it. It's as if your brain responds to how you live, producing more neurons when you're actively engaged with life, fewer when you're struggling or stagnant. This discovery changed everything. It meant the adult brain wasn't a fixed, declining system, but something still capable of growth. It opened new possibilities for treating brain injuries and neurodegenerative diseases. It suggested that lifestyle choices, how you move, what you learn, how you manage stress, directly affect your brain's physical structure. Of course, neurogenesis is limited. You're not generating billions of new neurons, but even small numbers matter when they're integrating into crucial memory circuits. These new cells might be what allows you to keep forming new memories, to keep adapting, to keep being capable of change even as you age. The brain you have tonight is not quite the same brain you had last month. New neurons have arrived, found their places, begun contributing to the vast network, and tomorrow more will come. You are, quite literally, always being renewed. Reading to children changes the physical structure of their developing brains. Not metaphorically, not in some vague way, actually measurably changes it. Brain scans show that children who are read to regularly develop more robust neural pathways in regions that process stories, language, and visual imagery. The language centers grow stronger. The imagination networks become more connected. The ability to understand narratives becomes more sophisticated. This happens because the child's brain is learning what language sounds like, how stories work, what words mean. Each time a parent reads, neurons fire in patterns. Those patterns strengthen. Connections form between the sounds of words and their meanings, between images in the book and the words describing them. But it's not just about the words. It's about the voice, the closeness, the shared attention. The emotional bonding that happens during reading activates brain regions involved in social connection and security. The child's brain learns that learning is safe, that stories are pleasurable, that language is a tool for connection. Children who are read to enter school with millions more words in their vocabulary, stronger comprehension, skills, better imagination. But more than that, they have brains physically structured for language in ways that will benefit them for life. The sad inverse is also true. Children who aren't read to, who don't hear rich language, develop differently, not because they're less capable, but because their brains didn't receive the input they needed during critical periods. A simple act, reading to a child, literally builds their brain, strengthens pathways, creates possibilities. It's one of the most powerful things an adult can do, and it costs nothing but time and attention. Tonight, somewhere, a parent is reading to a child, and that child's brain is quietly, invisibly, beautifully changing. The adolescent brain undergoes massive reorganization, particularly in areas related to social understanding and emotional regulation. If childhood is about building the brain, adolescence is about renovating it, tearing down walls, rewiring circuits, creating the adult architecture. And the social circuits get special attention. During adolescence, the brain becomes intensely focused on peers. Social acceptance, social hierarchy, what others think. These suddenly matter enormously. It's not just hormones or culture, it's neural. The brain is prioritizing social learning because, evolutionarily, this is when you'd be learning to navigate adult social structures. The reward system becomes highly reactive to social feedback. A compliment from a peer can trigger dopamine surges that feel almost addictive. Rejection or exclusion activates the same brain regions as physical pain. This isn't teenagers being dramatic. Their brains are genuinely processing social information with heightened intensity. Meanwhile, emotional regulation is still under construction. The amygdala, which processes emotions, is working overtime. But the prefrontal cortex, which should modulate those emotions, is still being wired. The result is emotional volatility, intense feelings without always having the neural circuitry to manage them effectively. This creates a challenging period. Adolescents are smart, capable, insightful, but they're also emotionally intense, socially focused, sometimes seemingly driven by forces they can't fully control, because in a sense, they are. Their brains are in transition. But this reorganization is necessary. The brain is learning crucial skills, how to understand others, how to navigate complex social situations, how to form identity separate from parents. It's messy, but it's growth. And eventually, the renovation finishes. The circuits stabilize. The intensity mellows. The adolescent brain becomes an adult brain, carrying forward the social skills learned during this turbulent, necessary phase. Learning a second language in childhood creates denser gray matter in brain regions that handle executive function, the cognitive skills that help you plan, focus, switch between tasks, and filter out irrelevant information. Bilingual brains are literally structured differently. The regions that manage language are more developed, more interconnected. But more surprisingly, regions not directly related to language also benefit. It's as if learning to juggle two languages strengthens general cognitive control. Think about what a bilingual brain has to do. It must keep two language systems active, but separate. Suppress one while using the other. Switch between them smoothly. This requires constant executive control, constant mental flexibility. And like any skill practiced regularly, it strengthens the underlying neural circuits. The benefits show up in unexpected ways. Bilingual individuals tend to be better at multitasking, at focusing on relevant information while ignoring distractions, at switching between different types of tasks. They also show delayed onset of dementia symptoms. Their brains seem more resilient to age-related decline. This doesn't mean monolingual brains are deficient. It just means that the specific challenge of managing two languages provides a particular kind of cognitive training. The brain adapts to what you ask of it. And it's not just two languages. Learning 3, 4, or more provides similar benefits, though with diminishing returns. The key seems to be actively using multiple languages, keeping the brain in that state of flexible control. Language reshapes the brain, not just the language centers, but the fundamental architecture of how you think, plan, and control your attention. Every word you learn in another language is also strengthening the very machinery of thought itself. The brain's white matter, which speeds up communication between regions, continues developing well into your 40s and 50s. Long after gray matter, where neurons live, has finished growing, white matter keeps maturing. White matter is mostly myelin, the fatty insulation that wraps around neural pathways like coating on electrical wires. The more myelin, the faster signals travel. And building myelin takes time, decades apparently. This is actually encouraging. It means that certain cognitive abilities can improve with age, even as others might decline. The speed and efficiency of communication between brain regions keeps getting better for much of your adult life. This might explain why some forms of intelligence, crystallized intelligence, which involves using accumulated knowledge and experience, often peak in middle age or later. Your brain has had time to wire itself efficiently, to build fast highways between regions that need to communicate. Meanwhile, fluid intelligence, the ability to think quickly and solve novel problems, tends to peak earlier in your 20s. It relies more on raw processing speed, which does decline slightly with age. But the overall picture is more complex than brains decline with age. Different systems peak at different times. Different abilities follow different trajectories. And the continued development of white matter means your brain is still optimizing, still improving certain functions, well into what we consider middle age. This is why wisdom is associated with age. It's not just about having more experiences. It's about having a brain that's better connected, better integrated, more efficient at accessing and combining information from different regions. Your 40-year-old brain might not solve puzzles as quickly as your 20-year-old brain, but it might understand people better, make wiser decisions, see patterns that only emerge with time and efficient neural architecture. Neurons communicate by releasing chemical messengers called neurotransmitters across tiny gaps called synapses. It's an elegant system. Electrical signals travel down the neuron, triggering the release of chemicals that float across a microscopic space to receptors on the next neuron. Each neurotransmitter has a specific molecular shape that fits into matching receptors like a key in a lock. When the fit is right, the receiving neuron responds, maybe firing its own signal, maybe becoming less likely to fire, depending on the message. Your brain uses dozens of different neurotransmitters, each with different roles. Dopamine for motivation and reward, serotonin for mood regulation, GABA for calming signals, glutamate for excitation. Each one a different chemical, each one creating different effects. What's fascinating is that this chemical communication is both precise and probabilistic. A single neurotransmitter molecule might or might not trigger a response, but release thousands of them, and the statistical effect becomes reliable. The brain operates on chemical probabilities, adding up to dependable communication. This is also why drugs affect the brain so powerfully. Substances that mimic neurotransmitters, block them, or change how they're released can alter the entire chemistry of thought and feeling. Coffee blocks adenosine receptors, making you feel more alert. Antidepressants change serotonin levels. Every psychoactive substance works by interfering with this chemical communication system. Right now, as you listen to these words, trillions of neurotransmitter molecules are being released, crossing synapses, binding to receptors, creating the cascade of chemical events that becomes thought, feeling, consciousness. You are, in a very real sense, made of chemistry. Molecules floating across gaps, creating everything you experience. A single thought can involve millions of neurons firing in coordinated patterns across different brain regions. Millions of cells distributed throughout your brain, all activating in precise timing to create one unified experience. Think about seeing a friend's face. Your visual cortex processes the features. Your fusiform face area recognizes it as a face specifically. Your temporal lobe retrieves memories associated with this person. Your amygdala generates emotional responses. Your prefrontal cortex might initiate planning. Should you say hello? All of this happens simultaneously in milliseconds, creating the seamless experience of recognition. These patterns of activation are sometimes called cell assemblies, groups of neurons that fire together to represent concepts, memories, or perceptions. The same neurons might participate in different assemblies for different thoughts. Your brain is constantly forming and dissolving these temporary coalitions. What's remarkable is the speed. These coordinated patterns happen within milliseconds. You're not aware of any processing time, any delay. Thinking feels instantaneous because the brain operates at a time scale far faster than consciousness can track, and the coordination is exquisite. For millions of neurons to fire in the right sequence, at the right times, with the right intensities, requires extraordinary precision. Yet your brain does this constantly, effortlessly, thousands of times per second. Every thought you've ever had was this: a specific pattern of neural activity, a particular coalition of cells firing together. Change the pattern slightly and you have a different thought. The space of possible patterns is essentially infinite, which is why you can generate endless novel thoughts. Imagine things that don't exist. Combine concepts in ways never done before. Your mind is pattern. Electricity and chemistry arranged just so. Your brain has specialized cells called glial cells that outnumber neurons, providing support, protection, and maintenance. For decades, scientists thought glial cells were just scaffolding, literally glue cells holding the important neurons in place. They were wrong. Glial cells are active participants in brain function. They regulate neurotransmitter levels, form the insulation around neural pathways, provide nutrients, remove waste, repair damage, and even modulate synaptic connections. One type, called astrocytes for their star-like shape, wrap around synapses and influence how signals are transmitted. They can strengthen or weaken connections, effectively participating in learning and memory formation. Another type, microglia, act as the brain's immune system, constantly surveying for damage or infection. This matters because it means the brain isn't just neurons, it's an ecosystem. Neurons might be the stars of the show, but glial cells are the supporting cast without which nothing would function. They maintain the environment, manage resources, handle logistics. Recent research suggests glial cells might even be involved in information processing beyond just supporting neurons. They communicate with each other using different mechanisms than neurons, creating their own networks. What this means for cognition is still being explored. It's humbling, really. For over a century, neuroscience focused almost exclusively on neurons, assuming glial cells were mere background. Only recently have we realized how much we were missing. The brain is more complex than we thought, and we keep discovering new layers of that complexity. Your thoughts emerge not just from neurons firing, but from the entire cellular community working together. Neurons, astrocytes, microglia, all in constant communication, all essential. The speed of signals in your brain varies wildly, from about 1 mile per hour in some neurons to over 250 miles per hour in others. That's the difference between a slow walk and a race car, all happening inside your skull simultaneously. The speed depends on myelin, that fatty insulation wrapped around neural pathways. Heavily myelinated neurons conduct signals quickly. Unmyelinated ones conduct slowly. It's the difference between a fiber optic cable and old copper wire. Generally, pathways that need speed get more myelin. The connections between your brain and muscles, for instance, are heavily myelinated because quick reactions matter for survival. Touch a hot stove, and you want the pain signal to reach your brain and the withdrawal command to reach your hand as fast as possible. But not all signals need speed. Some neural processing benefits from slower, more gradual integration of information. Different speeds serve different purposes. This range of speeds also means your brain operates on multiple timescales simultaneously. Some processes are fast, reflexes, immediate reactions, split-second decisions. Others are slower, emotional processing, memory consolidation, gradual shifts in mood or understanding. You experience this sometimes as a lag. You might react to something before you consciously realize what you're reacting to. The fast pathways got information to your motor system before the slower pathways finished processing it into conscious awareness. Your brain is not a single-speed machine. It's a complex system with different lanes moving at different speeds, all coordinated to create the unified flow of experience. Fast lanes for emergencies, slow lanes for reflection, medium speeds for everything in between. And somehow, it all integrates seamlessly into the sensation of now. Your brain uses different frequencies of electrical waves for different states, from slow delta waves in deep sleep to rapid gamma waves during focused attention. These rhythms aren't just byproducts, they're how the brain coordinates activity across regions. Delta waves, the slowest at 1 to 4 cycles per second, dominate deep sleep. They're the long, rolling rhythms of a brain doing maintenance, consolidating memories, clearing waste. Theta waves, slightly faster at 4 to 8 cycles per second, appear in drowsiness and light sleep, that twilight state between waking and sleeping. Alpha waves, 8 to 12 cycles per second, are the rhythm of relaxed wakefulness. Close your eyes and rest, and your brain shifts into alpha. It's calm, present, not focused on anything particular. Beta waves, 12 to 30 cycles per second, appear during active thinking, problem-solving, focused attention. And gamma waves, the fastest at 30 to 100 cycles per second, seem to coordinate activity across distant brain regions, binding different features of perception into unified experiences. They're the brain's way of saying all these separate pieces belong to the same thing. These rhythms allow different brain regions to synchronize their activity, like musicians following the same tempo. Neurons that need to work together can lock into the same frequency, ensuring their signals arrive at the right times. Right now, as you rest and listen, you're probably in alpha, maybe drifting toward theta. Your brain is slowing its rhythms, shifting from the faster frequencies of active day to the gentler oscillations of approaching sleep. Let it slow. Let the waves lengthen, deepen. Your brain knows what to do. The neurotransmitter serotonin influences mood, appetite, and sleep. But here's something surprising. About 90% of your body's serotonin is actually produced in your gut, not your brain. Your digestive system has its own nervous system, sometimes called the second brain, with more neurons than your spinal cord. These neurons produce serotonin to help regulate digestion, moving food through your intestines with coordinated contractions. But there's communication between your gut and your brain. The vagus nerve, a major highway of neural signals, carries information both ways. Your gut sends signals about what you've eaten, about inflammation, about the state of your microbiome. Your brain sends signals about stress, emotions, mental state. This helps explain why digestive problems can affect mood, and why anxiety often manifests as stomach discomfort. The systems aren't separate, they're in constant conversation. When your gut is upset, your brain knows. When your brain is stressed, your gut responds. Recent research on the microbiome, the trillions of bacteria living in your digestive system, has revealed even more connections. Certain gut bacteria produce neurotransmitter precursors that can influence brain function. What you eat literally feeds these bacteria, which in turn can affect your mental state. It's not that you should think of your stomach as thinking, but there's wisdom in the old intuition about gut feelings. Your digestive system is monitoring your internal state, sending information your conscious mind might not fully access, but that influences decisions, mood, overall well-being. You are not just a brain in a body. You're an integrated system, with communication flowing constantly between regions you consider you and regions you rarely think about. Your gut and brain are partners, and the health of one affects the other. Tonight, as you settle into rest, both brains, the one in your skull and the one in your belly, are doing their quiet work, staying in touch, keeping you whole. Dopamine is often called the pleasure chemical, but that's not quite right. It's more accurately a wanting chemical that drives motivation and seeking behavior. The distinction matters. Dopamine doesn't surge when you get the reward. It surges in anticipation of the reward. It's the spike you feel when you're about to eat something delicious, not while you're eating it. When you're approaching a goal, not when you've achieved it. When you see a notification light up, not after you've read the message. This is why the hunt can feel more exciting than the capture. Why scrolling social media is so compelling. Each swipe might bring something interesting, and that possibility triggers dopamine. Why gambling is addictive. The uncertainty, the anticipation, the maybe this time feeling, all of it mediated by dopamine. Your brain evolved this system to motivate behavior. Dopamine says, this is important, this is worth pursuing, keep going. It gets you to seek food, connection, novelty, anything that might improve survival or reproduction. It's the neurochemical embodiment of desire. But modern life has figured out how to hijack this system. Social media, video games, junk food, they're designed to trigger dopamine repeatedly, keeping you wanting, seeking, never quite satisfied. The anticipation is the hook, not the fulfillment. Understanding this can be oddly freeing. That restless feeling, that sense that you should be doing something, checking something, pursuing something, it's often just dopamine doing its job, sometimes inappropriately for modern contexts. You can notice it without obeying it, recognize the wanting without always acting on it. Your brain will keep generating these signals. That's what brains do. But you don't have to follow every impulse. Sometimes the wisest response to wanting is simply to observe it, let it pass, and choose rest instead. Your brain has specialized mirror neurons that fire both when you perform an action and when you watch someone else do it. They were discovered accidentally in the 1990s when researchers studying monkey brains noticed neurons firing just from watching experimenters eat. These neurons might be the foundation of empathy, imitation, and social learning. When you watch someone smile, your mirror neurons simulate that smile in your own motor circuits. You're not just seeing the smile, you're internally recreating it, which may be why emotions are contagious. Watch someone get hurt, and your pain-related neurons activate, not as strongly as if you were hurt yourself, but enough that you have a visceral, embodied understanding of their experience. This is empathy at a neural level, literally feeling echoes of what others feel. This system allows learning by observation. Children watch adults use tools, and their mirror neurons create internal models of those actions, making imitation possible. You can learn to play an instrument partly by watching others, your brain simulating the movements even before you try them yourself. But mirror neurons might also explain why watching violence can be disturbing, or why being around anxious people makes you feel anxious. Your brain automatically simulates what it observes, creating internal experiences that mirror external ones. There's something beautiful about this. You're not sealed off from others, not entirely separate. Your brain is designed to resonate with other brains, to create shared understanding through neural simulation. When you feel what someone else feels, it's not just imagination or metaphor. It's your mirror neurons doing exactly what they evolved to do, breaking down the boundaries between self and other, making social connection possible at the most fundamental neural level. The brain operates on a predict and check system, constantly generating expectations about what will happen next. Most of what you perceive is actually your brain's prediction, only corrected when reality provides surprising information. Your brain is not a passive receiver of sensory data. It's actively guessing what's out there based on past experience, only bothering to process details that don't match expectations. This is far more efficient than analyzing every bit of incoming information from scratch. This is why you can read text with missing letters, why you might not notice gradual changes in a scene, why magic tricks work. Your brain fills in what it expects to be there, and unless something surprises it enough to trigger attention, you perceive the prediction rather than raw reality. It also explains some perceptual illusions. Your brain makes reasonable guesses based on typical patterns, but those guesses can be wrong in unusual situations. The dress that appears different colors to different people? Different brains making different predictions about lighting conditions. This prediction system usually serves you well. It allows quick reactions, smooth perception, the ability to function without being overwhelmed by sensory detail. But it also means you're somewhat living in the past, perceiving what your brain expects based on previous moments, not quite catching up to the present. There's a slight delay between reality and your experience of it. Your brain needs time to process signals, to run its predictions, to construct the model of reality you experience as now. By the time you're conscious of something, it's already happened, and what you're experiencing is your brain's reconstruction. You live in a simulation created by your own neurons, one that usually matches external reality, but is always, subtly, a prediction rather than direct perception. Different brain regions mature at different rates, creating temporary imbalances during development. This asynchrony is particularly noticeable in adolescence, when the reward-seeking limbic system matures before the impulse-controlling prefrontal cortex. Imagine a car with a powerful engine installed before the brakes are fully functional. That's roughly what's happening in the teenage brain. The parts that find things exciting, rewarding, worth taking risks for, those develop first. The parts that say, wait, consider consequences, maybe this isn't wise, those come later. This creates a window of increased risk-taking, not because teenagers are stupid or reckless by nature, but because their brains are temporarily configured to emphasize rewards over risks. Evolution might have designed this intentionally. Adolescence is when you'd need to take some risks, explore beyond the family, find your place in the adult world. But in modern society, where adolescence is prolonged and opportunities for catastrophic mistakes are everywhere, cars, drugs, social media, this developmental asynchrony can be challenging. It helps to understand it's temporary. The prefrontal cortex is developing, just on a slower timeline. By the mid-20s, the balance shifts. The brakes catch up to the engine. Risk assessment improves. Impulse control strengthens. This pattern, different systems maturing at different rates, happens throughout development. It creates phases where certain abilities spike before others catch up, where the brain seems temporarily unbalanced because it is, structurally, actually unbalanced. But these imbalances resolve. The brain eventually integrates, synchronizes, becomes a more coordinated whole. The temporary awkwardness of development gives way to the more stable functioning of adulthood. Growth is messy, but it's also necessary, purposeful, and ultimately resolves into something that works. Your brain has a default mode network that activates when you're not focused on external tasks. When you daydream, let your mind wander, or simply rest. For years, scientists thought this was just noise, the brain idling. They were wrong. The default mode network is highly active, doing crucial work. It processes memories, imagines future scenarios, thinks about other people's minds, constructs, and maintains your sense of self. It's where your internal narrative lives, where you review the past and rehearse the future. When you focus on external tasks, this network quiets, and task-focused networks take over. It's like switching between introspection and action, but the default mode isn't wasting time. It's doing different, equally important work. This network helps you make sense of experiences, integrate them into your life story. It lets you plan, imagine alternatives, consider other perspectives. Some researchers think creativity emerges partly from this network's ability to make unexpected connections while wandering. But when the default mode network becomes overactive or can't quiet down properly, problems can arise. Depression and anxiety are associated with excessive rumination, the default network churning over negative thoughts, unable to switch off. Meditation often involves learning to modulate this network, to notice when you're caught in thought loops. Right now, as you rest without a specific task, your default mode network is probably active. Your mind might be wandering slightly, making connections, processing the day. This is normal, healthy, necessary. The brain isn't meant to be constantly focused. It needs time to wander, to integrate, to simply be with itself. This apparently idle state is when some of the most important mental work happens, the kind that can't be forced or rushed, only allowed. The brain uses about 20% of your oxygen supply despite its small size, because neurons are incredibly metabolically active. Every electrical signal, every neurotransmitter release, every maintenance process requires energy, which requires oxygen. Cut off oxygen for just 5 to 10 minutes, and brain cells begin to die irreversibly. This is what makes strokes and cardiac arrests so dangerous. The clock starts immediately. Every second without oxygen means more neurons damaged beyond recovery. Different brain regions have different oxygen demands. The cortex, where complex processing happens, is particularly hungry. Deep structures maintaining basic functions are somewhat more resilient, but all of it needs continuous supply. Your body prioritizes this. Blood vessels in the brain dilate and constrict constantly, redirecting flow to wherever the work is happening. During intense mental effort, you can measure increased blood flow to active regions. This is how fMRI scanners work. They detect changes in blood oxygen levels as a proxy for neural activity. This dependency on oxygen also explains why certain substances affect the brain so powerfully. Alcohol, for instance, depresses neural activity partly by interfering with cells' ability to use oxygen efficiently. Altitude sickness includes mental symptoms because there's less oxygen available, period. Right now, your heart is pumping oxygen-rich blood to your brain, about a fifth of everything it pumps. Your lungs are extracting oxygen from air. Your red blood cells are carrying it through 400 miles of vessels, all to feed the constant hunger of 86 billion neurons. It's an enormous investment, but consciousness, thought, memory, personality, all of it depends on this continuous supply. Your brain never stops needing, never stops consuming, never rests from its metabolic demands. Breathe deeply. Your brain will appreciate it. Your visual cortex at the back of your brain is wired in reverse. The right side processes the left visual field and vice versa. This crossover happens because of how nerve fibers from each eye route through the brain on their way to the visual processing center. Each eye sends information from both visual fields, but the routing splits them. Information from your left visual field, captured by the right half of each retina, goes to your right hemisphere. Information from your right visual field goes to your left hemisphere. The optic nerves cross at a junction called the optic chiasm, creating this reversal. Why would the brain wire itself this way? Partly its evolutionary history. This pattern appears in many animals and was preserved because it works, but it also might provide advantages for processing, allowing each hemisphere to handle one complete half of visual space. You never notice this crossing. The brain integrates information from both hemispheres seamlessly, creating one unified visual field. Only in rare cases, like split brain patients, does the reversal become apparent, when the hemispheres can't communicate and each processes its visual field independently. This crossing extends beyond vision. Motor control is reversed too. Your left hemisphere controls your right side. Your right hemisphere controls your left. Touch information from your right hand goes to your left hemisphere. Your brain is a crossed system, managing opposite sides from opposite hemispheres. And yet you feel unified, continuous, whole. The integration happens so completely that you'd never guess the underlying architecture is reversed. It's another reminder that conscious experience and neural architecture are very different things. What you experience as simple and unified is built from complex, crossed, distributed processes you never directly perceive. The brain's reward system evolved to reinforce behaviors necessary for survival: eating, mating, social bonding. But it can be hijacked by modern superstimuli that trigger these ancient circuits in ways evolution never anticipated. Sugar, for instance. Our ancestors encountered sweet foods rarely. Ripe fruit, honey, and these were valuable sources of calories. The brain learned to reward sugar consumption with dopamine surges, ensuring we'd seek it out. But now sugar is everywhere, cheap and concentrated, and the brain still responds as if it's rare and precious. Social media exploits reward circuits evolved for face-to-face connection. Each like, comment, or notification triggers the same neural pathways that evolved to respond to social acceptance, but the stimulation is more frequent, more unpredictable, more intense than natural social interaction. Gambling, pornography, video games, all of them hack reward systems that evolve for different purposes. The brain can't distinguish between natural rewards and artificial ones. Dopamine is dopamine, whether it comes from genuine accomplishment or from cleverly designed apps. This isn't about moral failure. It's about neural systems designed for one environment being exposed to a radically different one. Your brain is doing exactly what it evolved to do. It just wasn't evolved for modern conditions. Understanding this helps. When you feel compelled to check your phone, eat another cookie, play another round, that's ancient neural machinery being triggered by modern stimuli. You can notice the impulse without judgment, recognize it for what it is. Your reward system isn't broken. It's just operating in a world it wasn't designed for, responding to inputs that mimic survival-relevant rewards but aren't. Awareness doesn't eliminate the pull, but it creates space between impulse and action. And in that space, choice becomes possible. Every brain has slightly different wiring, making each person's neural architecture as unique as a fingerprint. Two people's brains might look similar in basic structure, but the detailed patterns of connections are individual. This uniqueness comes from multiple sources. Genetics provides a blueprint, but it's a rough one. General patterns, not specific wiring diagrams. Random variation during development means neurons don't connect in identical ways, even in identical twins. And experience constantly reshapes connections, making your brain a living record of your particular life. This is why you think differently than anyone else, why some people naturally excel at music while others prefer mathematics, why identical twins raised together still have distinct personalities. The neural substrate, the actual physical wiring, is different. It also means universal statements about the brain are always approximations. Textbooks describe typical patterns, but your specific brain has variations. Regions might be slightly larger or smaller, connections slightly stronger or weaker, chemistry slightly different. This individuality is beautiful. Your brain is literally one of a kind, shaped by your unique combination of genes, developmental randomness, and experiences. No one else perceives quite like you do, thinks quite like you do, because no one else has your exact neural architecture. But it also means understanding yourself requires attention to your specific brain, not just general principles. What works for someone else might not work for you. Your optimal sleep schedule, learning style, stress management, all of it depends partly on your individual wiring. You are not a generic human brain. You are this particular brain, unique in all the universe, shaped by everything you've experienced, connected in ways no one else's is. Incomparable, irreplaceable, entirely your own. Memories aren't stored in single locations like files on a computer. They're distributed patterns of neural activity across multiple brain regions. A single memory of, say, your grandmother's kitchen involves visual cortex for the images, auditory regions for her voice, olfactory areas for cooking smells, emotional centers for feelings, all working together. This distributed storage is why a smell can trigger an entire memory so powerfully. The scent activates olfactory regions that are part of the larger network, and the whole pattern lights up. Suddenly, you're not just smelling cookies, you're remembering the kitchen, the sounds, the feelings, everything at once. It's also why memories are resilient to localized brain damage. Lose one region, and you might lose certain details, but not the entire memory. The network is redundant, spread across enough areas that partial information can often reconstruct the whole. But this system has a trade-off. Memories stored as patterns rather than fixed files are inherently more flexible, more subject to change. The connections that form a memory can be modified, weakened, strengthened, integrated with other memories. This is actually useful. It allows your brain to update memories with new information, to generalize from specific experiences, to extract patterns and meaning rather than storing everything verbatim. Your memory system is designed for understanding, not perfect reproduction. The downside is reliability. Memories can shift without you realizing. Details can blur or change. What feels like a clear, accurate memory might be partially reconstructed, filled in with plausible details your brain generated to complete the pattern. You're not remembering the past directly. You're activating a distributed pattern that represents the past, and each time you do, the pattern might change slightly. Memory is dynamic, living, constantly being rewritten. What you remember tonight is not quite what you'll remember tomorrow. The patterns shift, evolve, integrate new information. Your past is always slightly changing, always being subtly revised by the very act of remembering. Each time you recall a memory, you're actually reconstructing it from fragments, which means memories change subtly every time you remember them. This process is called reconsolidation, and it's both powerful and a little unsettling. When you retrieve a memory, the neural pattern becomes active again, but it's now vulnerable to modification. Any new information present during recall can get integrated into the memory. Your current mood can color how you remember past events. Details mentioned by others can become incorporated as if they were always there. This is why eyewitness testimony can be unreliable. A witness recalls an event, but during questioning, suggestive questions or other people's accounts can alter the memory. The witness isn't lying. They genuinely remember it the way they're describing. But the memory has been modified through repeated recall. It happens in everyday life too. Tell a story enough times, and the telling becomes the memory. You're no longer remembering the original event, but your last retelling of it. Details get smoothed, exaggerated, or dropped. The memory crystallizes into a narrative that might diverge significantly from what actually happened. But reconsolidation isn't just a bug, it's a feature. It allows memories to be updated with new information to stay relevant. A memory of someone that updates as you get to know them better. A skill memory that improves with practice. The flexibility serves learning. Still, it means you can't fully trust even your clearest memories. That vivid recollection might be partly fabricated, assembled from fragments and expectations and information encountered later. The past you remember is a reconstruction, not a recording. This doesn't mean memories are useless or that nothing is true. Just that memory is more like a story being retold than a photograph being viewed. And each retelling is a chance for the story to change. The hippocampus, a seahorse-shaped structure deep in your brain, is crucial for forming new, long-term memories. Damage it, and you create a peculiar prison. The ability to remember your past remains, but you can't form new lasting memories. The most famous case was a patient known as HM, who had both hippocampi removed to treat severe epilepsy. After surgery, he could remember his childhood, but couldn't form new memories. Every conversation was new. Every person he met was a stranger minutes later. He lived in a permanent present, with the past intact, but the future unable to stick. The hippocampus doesn't store memories permanently. It processes them, stabilizes them, and gradually transfers them to other brain regions for long-term storage. It's like a loading dock where new memories arrive before being moved into the vast warehouse of cortical storage. This transfer happens largely during sleep, which is why sleep is so crucial for memory. The hippocampus replays the day's experiences in rapid, compressed sequences, and these replays help strengthen the cortical connections that will eventually hold the memories independently. You have two hippocampi, one in each hemisphere, and they work together. They're particularly important for spatial memories, navigation, locations, where things are. This makes evolutionary sense. Remembering where food sources are, where dangers lurk, how to navigate your territory. These were crucial survival skills. Even now, London taxi drivers, who must memorize thousands of streets, show enlarged hippocampi. The structure physically grows in response to the memory demands placed on it. Your brain allocates resources where they're needed. Tonight, as you sleep, your hippocampi will replay today's experiences, helping consolidate them into lasting memories. Some will stick, others will fade. But the process continues, night after night, building the long-term record of your life. Your brain consolidates memories during sleep, replaying experiences from the day in rapid, reorganized sequences. This isn't random. It's selective, purposeful processing that helps determine what you'll remember and what you'll forget. During sleep, particularly during certain stages, your hippocampus becomes active, replaying neural patterns from your waking hours. But it doesn't replay them in real time. It compresses them, speeds them up, sometimes playing them in reverse or in novel combinations. This replay serves multiple functions. It strengthens important memories, transferring them from temporary storage to more permanent locations. It integrates new experiences with existing knowledge, finding connections and patterns. It seems to extract the gist of experiences rather than memorizing every detail. The brain is curating your memories, deciding what matters. Emotionally significant events get priority. Things you rehearsed or paid attention to get strengthened. Random details that don't connect to anything important get pruned away. This is why pulling an all-nighter before a test is such a poor strategy. Without sleep, the consolidation doesn't happen properly. Information might make it into short-term storage, but it won't transfer to long-term memory effectively. You might recognize it on the test, but it won't stick for later. It's also why sleep is important after learning. The learning happens during waking hours, but the consolidation, the process that makes it permanent, happens during sleep. The brain needs both. Right now, as you move towards sleep, your brain is preparing for this nightly work. Today's experiences are queued up, ready for replay and integration. Some will become permanent parts of your life story. Others will quietly dissolve, making room for tomorrow's experiences. Sleep isn't rest for the brain. It's essential work, happening while you're blissfully unaware. Emotional experiences create stronger memories because the amygdala, your brain's emotional center, tags them as important. When something triggers strong emotion, fear, joy, surprise, sadness, the amygdala activates and sends signals that say, "Remember this." These signals trigger the release of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline, which enhance memory consolidation. The entire brain shifts into a higher state of encoding. Details get recorded more vividly. The memory becomes more durable, more resistant to forgetting. This is why you remember your first kiss, a frightening moment, or where you were during significant historical events. The emotional intensity burned those memories deeper than ordinary moments, like what you ate for lunch last Tuesday. It's an evolutionary adaptation. Emotionally significant events were usually important for survival. Encounters with predators, social triumphs or humiliations, life-threatening situations. Remembering these in detail could mean the difference between surviving and not. But this system doesn't distinguish between useful emotional memories and traumatic ones. PTSD involves this mechanism gone awry. A traumatic event tagged so strongly as important that the memory becomes intrusive, impossible to escape, replaying involuntarily. The flip side is that neutral information is harder to remember. Your brain assumes if nothing emotional happened, it probably wasn't important. This is why students try to make studying more engaging, why teachers use stories and examples. Emotion aids memory, even if artificially induced. Your strongest memories aren't necessarily the most important events objectively. They're the ones that felt important, that triggered emotional responses, that your amygdala decided were worth preserving with extra strength. The past you remember is emotionally curated, a highlight reel of feelings, rather than a comprehensive record. Your brain has a limited capacity for working memory. Most people can hold only about 4 to 7 pieces of information at once. This is why phone numbers are typically broken into chunks, why multitasking is largely an illusion, why you can't follow too many threads simultaneously. Working memory is like a mental workspace, a temporary holding area for information you're actively using. It's not long-term storage. It's the thoughts you're thinking right now, the numbers you're trying to remember just long enough to dial them, the sentence you're constructing as you speak. The limitation is severe. Try to hold 10 random numbers in mind and you'll struggle. Try to follow 4 different conversations simultaneously and you'll lose track. The capacity just isn't there. But humans are clever. We chunk information, grouping items together to treat them as single units. Instead of remembering 19452024, you remember 1945 and 2024, reducing 8 items to 2. Expertise is partly learning how to chunk information efficiently. This limitation shapes how we think. You can only consider a few possibilities at once. Complex problems must be broken down into smaller pieces. Understanding emerges not from holding everything simultaneously, but from building up understanding piece by piece. It's also why interruptions are so disruptive. Working memory is fragile. Get distracted, and the contents simply vanish. The carefully balanced thoughts you were holding collapse, and you have to rebuild them from scratch. Right now, you're using working memory to process these words, holding the sentence structure and meaning just long enough to understand. Then you let it go, making room for the next sentence. Your attention flows through this narrow bottleneck, 4 to 7 items at a time. It seems limiting, but perhaps it's also protective. If we could hold everything at once, we might be paralyzed by overwhelm. The act of writing something down by hand engages more brain regions than typing, creating stronger memory encoding. When you write by hand, you're using motor areas to form each letter, visual areas to watch what you're writing, and spatial areas to organize information on the page. This multisensory engagement creates richer neural representations. The memory isn't just the information itself, but also the physical act of writing it, the appearance of your handwriting, the spatial layout. Multiple pathways to the same information mean better recall later. Typing is faster, more efficient, easier to edit, but it's also more automatic. Your fingers know where keys are. You're not thinking about forming each letter. The motor engagement is minimal. The encoding is shallower. Students who take notes by hand typically remember material better than those who type, even when the typed notes are more complete. The act of writing forces processing. You can't transcribe verbatim, so you must summarize, paraphrase, think about what's important. Typing allows passive transcription. This doesn't mean handwriting is always better. For capturing large amounts of information quickly, typing wins. For brainstorming without worrying about legibility, typing is fine. But for learning, for remembering, for deep processing, handwriting has advantages. There's something intimate about handwriting too. The marks are yours, uniquely formed by your hand's particular movements. Digital text is impersonal, identical for everyone. Handwritten notes carry a trace of the person who wrote them. In an increasingly digital world, the act of putting pen to paper becomes almost meditative. Slower, more deliberate, more embodied. Your hand moves, ink flows, and your brain engages more fully with what you're trying to remember. Sometimes the old ways persist because they work better than we realized. Forgetting is not a failure of memory. It's an adaptive feature that prevents your brain from being cluttered with useless information. If you remembered everything with equal clarity, you'd be overwhelmed by irrelevant details. Your brain actively weakens or eliminates memories that aren't regularly used. This isn't decay or degradation. It's active pruning. Neural connections that aren't reinforced gradually fade. Information that doesn't prove useful gets deprioritized, eventually becoming inaccessible. This makes room for what matters. If you remembered every face you'd ever glimpsed, every conversation you'd overheard, every trivial detail of every day, you'd struggle to find relevant information. The important memories would be buried in noise. Forgetting also allows generalization. To learn patterns, you need to extract commonalities while losing specific details. Remembering every individual dog you've seen would be less useful than forming a general concept of dog that applies to new examples. Some forgetting is even protective. Traumatic memories, painful experiences, complete, perfect recall would be torturous. The gradual fading of emotional intensity, the softening of painful details, is mercy. Of course, we forget things we'd prefer to remember too. Where you put your keys, someone's name, information you need for a test. The system isn't perfect. It can't always distinguish between truly important information and temporarily important information. But overall, forgetting serves you. It clears space, reduces noise, allows flexibility. A perfect memory might sound appealing, but it would likely be dysfunctional. The few people with near-perfect recall often describe it as burdensome, even overwhelming. Your memory is selective not because it's broken, but because selectivity is the point. Remember what matters. Let the rest fade gently into the background. Context matters enormously for memory. You'll recall information better in the same environment where you learned it. This is called context-dependent memory, and it's why studying in the room where you'll take a test can improve performance. The brain encodes memories along with contextual details, what the room looked like, background sounds, your emotional state, even subtle things like smell or temperature. These contextual cues become part of the memory network. When you're back in the same context, those cues activate, making retrieval easier. Divers who memorize words underwater recall them better underwater than on land. Students who study in one room perform better when tested in that same room. The environment itself becomes a retrieval cue. This has practical implications. If you're trying to remember something, returning to where you learned it can help. If you can't return physically, mentally recreating the context, imagining the room, the sounds, how you felt, can provide similar benefits. It also explains why memories can feel distant when you're in different contexts. The things you remember at home might not surface at work, and vice versa. Each environment has its associated memories, and switching contexts switches which memories are readily accessible. Your sense of self can even be context-dependent. You might act differently, think differently, remember different aspects of yourself in different settings. The context shapes not just what you remember, but who you feel you are. Tonight, in your particular space, you have access to memories associated with this context. Tomorrow, in a different place, different memories will surface. You are, in a sense, slightly different people in different contexts, not because you're inconsistent, but because context and memory are deeply intertwined. Learning while sleeping is mostly a myth, but your brain does strengthen and reorganize information you learned while awake. Sleep isn't passive downtime. It's when your brain does essential maintenance and memory consolidation work. You can't learn new complex information while asleep. The brain states of sleep don't support the kind of focused attention needed for encoding new memories. Playing a language tape while you sleep won't teach you French. But sleep does remarkable things with information you've already encountered. It replays it, strengthens it, integrates it with existing knowledge, extracts patterns, and sometimes even solves problems you were working on. There are documented cases of people solving problems during sleep, waking with insights that eluded them while awake. The brain continues processing during sleep, making connections that conscious focused thought might miss. Sleep thinking is different, more associative, less constrained by logic, free to explore unlikely combinations. Some research suggests very simple learning might be possible during certain sleep stages, associating sounds with smells, for instance. But this is far from learning vocabulary or concepts. It's basic conditioning at most. The real magic of sleep for learning is consolidation. Information moves from short-term to long-term storage. Important memories are strengthened. Unimportant details are pruned. Understanding deepens as new information integrates with old. This is why a good night's sleep after studying is more valuable than extra study time. The learning happens while awake, but the cementing, the making permanent, requires sleep. So no, you can't learn while sleeping, but you also can't learn effectively without sleeping. The two states are partners in the process of acquiring knowledge, waking for input, sleeping for processing. Both are necessary. Both are work. And tonight, as you sleep, the work continues. Your brain receives about 11 million bits of sensory information per second, but can consciously process only about 40 bits. 11 million down to 40. That's a reduction so extreme it's almost hard to comprehend. Right now, your eyes are capturing vast amounts of visual data, colors, shapes, movements, textures across your entire visual field. Your ears are receiving sound from every direction. Your skin is sensing pressure, temperature, texture wherever it touches something. Your nose is detecting countless molecules. All of this streams into your brain simultaneously. But conscious awareness is a narrow spotlight. You can attend to only a tiny fraction of this flood. Your brain filters ruthlessly, selecting what seems important and discarding the rest before it reaches consciousness. This filtering happens automatically below awareness. Your brain makes predictions about what matters based on goals, past experience, and current context. Unexpected things grab attention. Relevant things break through. Everything else gets processed subconsciously or ignored entirely. This is why you can miss obvious things if you're focused elsewhere. The famous invisible gorilla experiment showed people watching a video failed to notice someone in a gorilla suit walking through the scene because they were counting basketball passes. The visual information reached their eyes, but the brain filtered it out as irrelevant. It's also why meditation is so challenging. You're trying to notice more of the raw sensory stream, to widen that narrow window of consciousness. But the brain resists. It's evolutionarily tuned to filter, to reduce, to select. You think you perceive reality, but you perceive a tiny, curated sample. 40 bits per second of 11 million available. The rest happens in darkness, processed without your knowledge or simply discarded. This means most of reality is invisible to you, not because it's hidden, but because your consciousness is too narrow to hold it. You live in a drastically simplified model of the world, one your brain constructs from fragments and predictions. But perhaps this limitation is also a gift. 11 million bits of conscious awareness might be unbearable, paralyzing. 40 bits is manageable, enough to navigate, to think, to be. Your eyes send visual information to your brain upside down, and your brain automatically flips it right side up. The lens in your eye inverts the image like a camera lens, so the light from the top of your visual field hits the bottom of your retina and vice versa. But you never see upside down. By the time visual information reaches consciousness, your brain has corrected it. The inversion is undone somewhere in the processing pipeline, so seamlessly you'd never know it's happening. Researchers have done experiments with prism glasses that invert vision, making people see the world upside down. At first, it's completely disorienting. Navigating is nearly impossible. Reaching for objects goes wrong. The world feels broken. But after wearing the glasses continuously for several days, something remarkable happens. The brain adapts. Vision gradually starts feeling normal again. People can navigate, reach accurately, function normally, while still wearing the inverting glasses. The brain has reflipped the image, compensating for the prisms. Then, when the glasses come off, there's another period of disorientation. The brain has to readjust to normal vision, which now temporarily feels inverted because the compensation is still active. This demonstrates profound plasticity. Your brain doesn't just passively receive visual information, it actively constructs vision, and it can modify that construction based on the input it receives. Up and down aren't absolute perceptual facts. They're interpretations your brain makes and can remake. You never noticed the original inversion because it was corrected before you were old enough to form memories. Your brain has been flipping images right side up since you first opened your eyes. And the process is so automatic, so transparent, that it's invisible to consciousness. What you think of as direct visual perception is actually heavy processing, correction, and interpretation. You see with your brain, not with your eyes. The brain has dedicated regions for recognizing faces, which is why you can easily spot a familiar face in a crowd. These regions, particularly one called the fusiform face area, are specialized for processing the specific configuration of features that make up a face. Faces are important. Evolutionarily, recognizing individuals, reading expressions, detecting threats or allies, these were crucial social skills, so the brain devoted specific neural real estate to becoming expert at faces. You're so good at face recognition that you see faces in clouds, in tree bark, in random arrangements of objects. Your brain is hyper-tuned to detect the pattern: 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth in the right configuration, even when no face is actually there. But damage to face processing regions can cause prosopagnosia, face blindness. People with this condition can see perfectly well. They recognize objects, read text, navigate spaces. But faces don't register as faces. They become just another collection of features, indistinguishable from one another. Imagine being unable to recognize your own family members by sight, having to rely on voices, clothing, context. Some people with severe prosopagnosia can't even recognize their own face in a mirror. The specific neural machinery for face processing is damaged or absent, and nothing else can quite compensate. Most of us take face recognition for granted. We see a friend from across a room instantly, effortlessly. We remember faces from years ago. We detect subtle differences between similar faces. All of this requires sophisticated processing by specialized brain regions working automatically. Your brain treats faces differently than other objects because faces matter more. They carry social information, emotional information, identity. Your fusiform face area has become an expert through millions of years of evolution and your lifetime of experience. When you close your eyes tonight, you might see faces in the patterns behind your eyelids. Your face detection system, still active, still searching, finding familiar patterns in noise. You don't actually see with your eyes, you see with your brain, which constructs vision from electrical signals. Your eyes are sensors, translating light into neural impulses. But the seeing, the experience of vision, happens in your brain's visual cortex. This is why you can see images in dreams or visualize memories with your eyes closed. The visual experience doesn't require eyes. It requires the brain regions that process visual information. Activate those regions, and you see whether or not light is entering your eyes. Blind individuals who lose sight after having vision can still visualize, can still see in dreams, because their visual cortex still functions. The input pathway is damaged, but the processing regions remain, capable of generating visual experiences from memory or imagination. Even hallucinations are the brain seeing things that aren't there. Certain conditions, substances, or sleep states can activate visual cortex in the absence of appropriate input, creating vivid perceptions of things that don't exist externally. This distinction matters. You might think you directly perceive the world, that you see reality as it is. But you're experiencing a constructed model built by your brain from limited, ambiguous sensory data. The brain interprets, fills in gaps, makes assumptions, and presents you with a coherent visual experience. Most of the time, this model matches external reality well enough to navigate successfully. But it's always an interpretation, always a construction. The world you see is a simulation running in your visual cortex, usually but not always corresponding to what's actually out there. Right now, in the dim light, your visual cortex is working with limited information, filling in details, making guesses about what you're seeing. Close your eyes, and it continues generating visual experiences. After images, random patterns, perhaps memories surfacing as quasi-visual impressions. The seeing never fully stops. The brain keeps constructing, keeps interpreting, keeps creating visual experience, whether your eyes are open or closed. Your brain fills in your visual blind spots, places where the optic nerve blocks the retina, so seamlessly that you're never aware of them. Each eye has a blind spot where the optic nerve connects to the retina, creating an area with no light detecting cells. But you don't see gaps or holes in your vision. Your brain simply fills them in with whatever seems appropriate, based on surrounding context. Looking at a wall, the brain fills the blind spot with more wall. Looking at a pattern, it extends the pattern across the gap. This filling in is sophisticated. It's not just copying adjacent areas, it's an active inference about what should be there. The brain considers texture, color, pattern, and generates the most likely content for the missing area. You can demonstrate your blind spots with simple tests, closing one eye and focusing on a mark while a nearby object disappears when positioned in the blind spot. But in normal binocular vision, you never notice because each eye's blind spot is in a different location, and the brain combines information from both eyes. But even with one eye closed, the gaps are invisible. Your brain has been filling them in since birth, so automatically that the process is completely transparent to consciousness. To your experience, vision is complete and continuous. This is just one example of how your brain fills in missing information. It does this constantly throughout perception, completing partially occluded objects, extending patterns, assuming continuity. Most of what you see is actually your brain's best guess based on incomplete data. The world you perceive feels complete because your brain works hard to make it seem that way. The gaps, the ambiguities, the missing data, all of it gets smoothed over, filled in, made whole before reaching consciousness. You see a seamless world, but it's constructed from fragments and predictions. The sensation of pain is entirely created by your brain as an interpretation of signals from your body. There's no pain in your toe when you stub it. There are injury signals, neural impulses traveling to the brain. The pain itself is generated by the brain's interpretation of those signals. This matters because it means pain is modifiable. Your brain can amplify or diminish pain based on context, attention, expectation, and emotional state. The same injury might hurt more when you're anxious and less when you're distracted. This is why soldiers sometimes don't feel wounds until after battle, or athletes play through injuries. The brain can suppress pain signals when other priorities dominate: survival, competition, completing an important task. The injury is real, but the pain is regulated. It's also why chronic pain can persist even after an injury heals. The brain has learned to generate pain signals, and sometimes it continues generating them even when the original cause is gone. The pain is still real, it's happening in the brain, but it's no longer accurately reflecting the body's condition. Phantom limb pain demonstrates this dramatically. People who've lost a limb can still feel intense pain in the missing body part. There's nothing there to hurt, but the brain regions that processed sensation from that limb remain active, sometimes generating pain signals. This doesn't mean pain is imaginary or that you can just think it away. The brain's creation of pain is real, physical, involving specific neural circuits, but it does mean pain is more complex than simple input-output. It's an experience constructed by the brain, influenced by many factors. Understanding this opens possibilities: mindfulness, distraction, expectation, meaning. All of these can modulate pain because they influence how the brain interprets signals. The pain is real, but it's also flexible, negotiable, subject to influence. Tonight, pain-free and comfortable, you can appreciate this absence. The brain choosing not to generate pain signals, allowing rest instead. Your sense of taste is strongly influenced by smell, which is why food tastes bland when you have a stuffy nose. About 80% of what we think of as taste actually comes from aroma molecules detected in your nasal passages. Your tongue can detect only 5 basic tastes: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and umami. These give you fundamental information about food: energy-rich, mineral content, acidity, potential toxins, protein presence. But the richness of flavor, the difference between an apple and a pear, between chicken and beef, comes from smell. When you chew, aroma molecules travel from your mouth up through the back of your throat to your nasal passages, where olfactory receptors detect them. This retronasal smell combines with taste to create the experience of flavor. The brain seamlessly integrates taste and smell into a unified perception. You don't experience them separately. You experience flavor, which your brain constructs from both inputs plus texture, temperature, and appearance. This is why presentation matters. The same food can taste different if it looks different, because visual input also influences the brain's construction of flavor. We eat with our eyes as much as our mouths. It's also why wine connoisseurs seem to taste things others don't. They've trained their brains to pay attention to subtle aroma differences, to have vocabulary for different scents, to integrate all the sensory information into fine-grained flavor discrimination. Lose your sense of smell from a head injury, illness, or aging, and food becomes disappointingly bland. The tongue still works, providing basic taste information, but the richness is gone. It's like watching a movie with the sound off. Your brain constructs flavor from multiple sensory streams, creating an experience richer than any single sense could provide. The integration is so complete that it's hard to notice the separate components. They all blend into the unified experience of eating. The brain processes sound incredibly Fast. You can identify a familiar voice within just 100 milliseconds of hearing it. That's 1/10 of a second, barely enough time to consciously register that you've heard something. This speed was important evolutionarily. Hearing someone approach, recognizing whether they're familiar or stranger, friend or threat. Quick auditory processing could mean survival. The brain prioritized speed in auditory circuits. Sound processing involves impressive computational work. Your brain locates sounds in three-dimensional space using tiny timing differences between your two ears. Sound arrives at the closer ear microseconds earlier, and your brain uses this to calculate direction. You can distinguish hundreds of different voices, recognize thousands of words, detect emotional tone, filter out background noise to focus on one conversation. All of this happening in auditory cortex and associated regions, processing sound patterns in real time. Music activates large portions of the brain. Rhythm, melody, harmony, lyrics, emotional content, each aspect engages different regions. This is why music can be so powerful, so moving. It's not processed in one place, but distributed across many brain systems. Some people have absolute pitch, the ability to identify or produce specific musical notes without reference. This seems to involve specialized processing in auditory cortex, possibly shaped by early musical training during critical developmental periods. Hearing loss isn't just about missing sounds. It can lead to social isolation, cognitive decline, even depression. The brain needs auditory input, not just for information, but for connection, engagement, maintaining neural pathways. Tonight, in the quiet, your auditory cortex might still be active, processing ambient sounds, air conditioning, distant traffic, the settling of your house. Even silence isn't completely silent to a brain always listening, always processing, always ready to detect sounds that might matter. The world whispers, and your brain hears. Your brain has a dedicated system for processing music that's distinct from language processing. Music and language both use sound, rhythm, and pattern, but they activate different neural networks. This is why some stroke patients who can't speak can still sing. Music engages both hemispheres extensively. The right hemisphere tends to process melody and pitch. The left processes rhythm and temporal sequencing. But both hemispheres communicate constantly, integrating these elements into the unified experience of music. Rhythm activates motor areas, your brain planning movements even if you don't tap your foot. Melody activates auditory regions in complex patterns. Harmony engages brain areas sensitive to mathematical relationships. Lyrics, if present, bring in language networks. Emotional content activates limbic regions. This distributed processing explains why music can evoke such powerful emotions and memories. It's not confined to one brain area. It spreads across regions associated with movement, emotion, memory, reward. Music doesn't just sound good. It feels good, activates pleasure circuits, releases dopamine. This is also why music therapy can be effective. Even people with Alzheimer's who've lost language and recent memory can sometimes sing songs from their youth. The memories are stored differently, embedded in musical as well as verbal networks, making them more resilient. Playing an instrument creates even more extensive activation, adding motor control, timing, attention, and coordination. Musicians' brains show structural differences, enlarged regions for motor control, enhanced connections between hemispheres, more efficient auditory processing. Music might be universal across cultures because it engages fundamental brain systems, rhythm matching motor patterns, pitch using auditory processing, emotional content triggering limbic responses. Different cultures create different music, but the brain systems that process it are shared. Tonight, if there's music playing softly, your brain is doing remarkable work. Analyzing patterns, predicting what comes next, integrating across regions, perhaps releasing small amounts of dopamine with each satisfying resolution. Music is mathematics your brain can dance to. Phantom limb sensations occur because your brain maintains a map of your body even when parts are missing. This map, called the somatosensory homunculus, represents your entire body surface in a strip of cortex running across the top of your brain. Each body part has a corresponding brain region that processes sensation from it. Lose the body part, and the brain region doesn't disappear. It's still there, still active, sometimes still generating sensations as if the missing part were present. People who've lost limbs often feel them vividly, can sense position, movement, even itching or pain in the absent limb. The sensations are completely real, generated by brain regions that used to process input from the now missing body part. Sometimes neighboring brain regions expand into the unused territory. The face area, which is next to the hand area in the brain's map, might take over. This can create strange cross-wiring. Touching the face produces sensations in the phantom hand. This reveals something profound about perception. You don't feel your hand in your hand. You feel it in your brain. The hand sends signals, but the sensation is constructed by cortical activity. Remove the hand, and the sensation-generating machinery can still operate, creating feelings of something that no longer exists. Phantom limb pain can be treated in surprising ways. Mirror therapy, where the person watches their intact limb in a mirror positioned to look like the missing limb, can reduce phantom pain. The visual input somehow modulates the cortical activity generating pain. Your sense of your body is a brain construction, a model maintained whether or not all the parts are actually present. The body you feel is a map in your cortex, and that map persists even when the territory changes. Tonight, resting comfortably, you feel your whole body, fingers, toes, everything, because your brain maintains a complete map, refreshed moment by sensory input, confirming, yes, it's all still there. Scientists still don't fully understand how the brain generates consciousness, the felt experience of being you. We can map neural correlates, identify which brain regions are active during conscious experiences. But the fundamental question remains unanswered. How does physical brain activity become subjective experience? This is called the hard problem of consciousness. The easy problems, relatively speaking, are explaining how the brain processes information, responds to stimuli, integrates data. These are challenging but approachable through neuroscience. The hard problem asks something deeper. Why does it feel like something to be conscious? How do electrochemical signals in neurons become the redness of red, the painfulness of pain, the experience of existing as a self? Why aren't we just unconscious information processors, doing everything we do but without any inner experience? Philosophers and scientists have proposed many theories. Some suggest consciousness emerges from certain types of information integration. Others propose it requires specific quantum processes. Some think it's fundamental to the universe, not generated by brains, but somehow focused or structured by them. But we don't have consensus. We don't have a theory of consciousness that most experts accept. We can study what consciousness correlates with, certain neural patterns, certain brain states. But correlation isn't explanation. This might be a limitation of our current understanding, solvable eventually through better neuroscience. Or it might be a deeper puzzle, something that requires new concepts we haven't yet developed. Some argue consciousness can't be fully explained by studying brain activity alone. What's certain is that you are conscious right now. You have subjective experience. There's something it's like to be you, listening to these words, feeling whatever you're feeling, existing in this moment. That's the most basic fact of your existence. And despite all our knowledge about neurons and neurotransmitters and brain regions, we can't fully explain how that happens. The connection between brain and mind, between neural activity and felt experience, remains mysterious. Your consciousness is the most intimate, undeniable thing about you, and it's also, in some ways, the most puzzling. You spend about 1/3 of your life sleeping, and without it, your brain and body begin to deteriorate rapidly. Sleep isn't optional or wasteful. It's as necessary as food and water. Yet we still don't fully understand why we need it so badly. What we do know is what happens without it. After 24 hours awake, cognitive performance drops significantly. After 48 hours, you'll experience microsleeps, brief moments where your brain forces partial sleep even while you're supposedly awake. After 72 hours, hallucinations and delusions can begin. Sleep deprivation impairs judgment, memory, emotional regulation, and impulse control more than being legally drunk. It weakens your immune system, disrupts hormone regulation, increases inflammation, raises risk for numerous health problems. The longest scientifically documented case of staying awake was 11 days. The person survived but experienced severe cognitive and perceptual distortions. Sleep eventually wins. Your brain will force it, sometimes in dangerous situations like while driving. But why? What is sleep doing that's so essential? We know it consolidates memories, clears metabolic waste, regulates emotions, maintains neural plasticity, balances neurotransmitters. But is there one core function or many? Some researchers think sleep's primary purpose is brain maintenance, the glymphatic system flushing waste, synapses being pruned and strengthened, neurotransmitter levels being reset. Others emphasize memory consolidation or emotional processing. Perhaps there's no single answer. Sleep might serve multiple essential functions, all of which require reduced consciousness, stillness, and the specific brain states that only sleep provides. What's clear is that evolution has preserved sleep across nearly all animals, despite its dangers, being unconscious and vulnerable for hours. That preservation suggests sleep does something irreplaceable, something so valuable that it's worth the risk. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, your brain is preparing for essential work. Not rest exactly, but a different kind of activity. Maintenance, consolidation, restoration. The work that can only happen when consciousness steps aside. During REM sleep, your brain is nearly as active as when you're awake, but a chemical paralysis keeps you from acting out dreams. This paralysis is crucial. Without it, you'd physically move according to dream content, potentially injuring yourself. The brainstem sends signals that effectively disconnect your motor cortex from your muscles. Your brain can plan movements, activate motor regions, send commands, but those commands don't reach your muscles. You're paralyzed, except for your eyes and breathing. This is why REM sleep is characterized by rapid eye movements. The eyes aren't paralyzed, so they move according to dream activity. If you're dreaming of looking around a scene, your eyes actually move. The visual system is active, creating dream imagery, and your eyes respond. Occasionally, this paralysis system malfunctions. REM sleep behavior disorder causes people to act out dreams, thrashing, punching, even walking. It's dangerous and often a sign of neurological problems. The safety system has failed. More commonly, the paralysis occasionally fails to turn off immediately when you wake. This creates sleep paralysis, a frightening experience of being awake but unable to move. You're conscious, your eyes might be open, but your body is still paralyzed. It typically lasts only seconds to minutes, but can feel eternal. The paralysis also explains why you can't scream in nightmares or run from dream threats. Your brain is trying to command these actions, but the signals don't reach your muscles. This can add to the nightmare's intensity, the feeling of being powerless, unable to escape. REM sleep shows how the brain can be intensely active while the body is profoundly still. Consciousness, in a sense, is present. You're having experiences, perceptions, emotions, but disconnected from action, turned inward, exploring internal landscapes while your body lies motionless. The paralysis is a necessary boundary, keeping the dream world from spilling into physical action. Your brain cycles through different sleep stages roughly every 90 minutes, each with different brainwave patterns and purposes. Sleep isn't a single uniform state. It's a journey through distinct neural territories, each serving different functions. You begin in light sleep, stage 1, where brainwaves slow from waking beta to drowsy theta. You're drifting, easily awakened, not yet deeply asleep. Then stage 2, where brain waves slow further, with occasional bursts of rapid activity called sleep spindles. Next comes deep sleep, stages 3 and 4, characterized by slow delta waves. This is the most restorative sleep for your body. Growth hormone is released, physical repair happens, the glymphatic system becomes highly active, flushing metabolic waste from your brain. Then, after about 90 minutes, you enter REM sleep. Brain waves speed up, resembling waking patterns. This is where most vivid dreaming occurs. Your eyes move rapidly beneath closed lids. This stage seems particularly important for emotional processing and certain types of memory consolidation. Then the cycle repeats, but the proportions change throughout the night. Early cycles have more deep sleep. Later cycles have longer REM periods. By morning, you're spending most of each cycle in REM and light sleep. This cycling is why waking naturally tends to happen after complete cycles. You surface briefly between cycles, and if it's morning, you fully wake. But wake in the middle of deep sleep, and you feel groggy, disoriented. Each stage serves purposes. Interrupt any stage chronically, and different problems emerge. Miss deep sleep, and you feel physically unrestored. Miss REM, and emotional regulation suffers. You need the full cycle, multiple times per night. Your brain knows this choreography. It moves through the stages automatically, spending appropriate time in each, cycling repeatedly through the night. A slow, purposeful journey through different states of consciousness, all essential, all complementary. The glymphatic system flushes metabolic waste from your brain during sleep, like a nighttime cleaning crew. This system, discovered only in 2012, fundamentally changed our understanding of why sleep is necessary. During waking hours, your brain produces metabolic waste, proteins, cellular debris, byproducts of neural activity. This waste needs to be cleared, but the brain has no conventional lymphatic system. For decades, scientists didn't know how the brain eliminated waste. The answer is the glymphatic system, which becomes 10 times more active during sleep. Cerebrospinal fluid flows through channels around blood vessels, flushing through brain tissue, carrying waste toward the brain's outer membranes, where it can be eliminated. This process requires space. During sleep, brain cells actually shrink slightly, expanding the gaps between them. This allows cerebrospinal fluid to flow more freely, reaching deep into tissue, washing away accumulated waste products. One waste product that's cleared is beta amyloid, the protein that accumulates in Alzheimer's disease. Poor sleep is associated with increased beta amyloid buildup. The connection between chronic sleep deprivation and dementia risk might partly involve this. Without sufficient sleep, waste proteins accumulate, potentially contributing to neurodegeneration. This discovery helps explain why sleep is so essential. It's not just about rest or memory, it's about basic brain hygiene. The brain literally needs sleep to clean itself, to maintain the chemical environment neurons need to function. Skip sleep and waste accumulates. Do this chronically, and the accumulation might contribute to cognitive decline, mood disorders, possibly neurodegenerative diseases. Tonight, as you sleep, cerebrospinal fluid will flow through your brain, carrying away today's metabolic debris. Your brain cells will shrink slightly, making space for this essential cleaning. It's happening automatically, invisibly, necessarily. The nighttime cleaning crew working while you dream. Dreams occur in all stages of sleep, but REM dreams tend to be more vivid, bizarre, and story-like. The dreams from non-REM sleep are often more thought-like, less visual, more mundane. You might dream you're thinking about a problem rather than experiencing a narrative. But REM dreams are different. Visual, emotional, often surreal. Logic doesn't apply. Impossible things happen without question. You might fly or find yourself in school despite being an adult, or encounter people who are simultaneously themselves and someone else. Why? During REM sleep, the prefrontal cortex, your brain's logic and reasoning center, is relatively quiet. Meanwhile, emotional centers and visual areas are highly active. You're creating vivid imagery and emotional content without the critical thinking that would question it. This is why you don't realize you're dreaming. The part of your brain that would notice inconsistencies, that would think, wait, this doesn't make sense, is offline. You accept dream logic because the circuits that would reject it aren't active. Dream content often includes elements from recent experiences mixed with older memories in strange combinations. Your brain is replaying and recombining, making connections, processing emotions attached to memories. Sometimes problems get solved in dreams because the brain explores solutions without logical constraints. Some cultures value dreams as meaningful messages. Modern neuroscience sees them more as byproducts of sleep processes. The experiential side of memory consolidation, emotional processing, random neural activation. But byproduct doesn't mean meaningless. Your dreams reveal what your brain is working on, what emotional content needs processing, and occasionally, rarely, some people become lucid, aware they're dreaming while still asleep. The prefrontal cortex partially reactivates, bringing critical awareness into the dream state. You can recognize impossible things as impossible, and sometimes control dream content. Most dreams, though, unfold without awareness, bizarre and vivid, forgotten by morning, the sleeping brain's private theater. Your brain has circadian rhythms, roughly 24-hour cycles, that influence when you feel sleepy, hungry, and alert. These rhythms are generated internally by a small cluster of neurons in the hypothalamus, called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. This internal clock runs without external input, cycling through about 24 hours naturally. But it needs to stay synchronized with the actual day-night cycle, and it does this primarily through light exposure. Light, particularly blue wavelengths, signals the clock that it's daytime. This is why jet lag is so disruptive. Your internal clock is still set to your departure time zone, but external time has jumped forward or backward. The mismatch creates fatigue, poor sleep, digestive issues. Everything is happening at the wrong time according to your internal schedule. Eventually, light exposure in the new location resets the clock, usually at a rate of about 1 hour per day. But until then, your brain is fighting the local time, producing sleep hormones when it's afternoon, promoting alertness when you're trying to sleep. Shift work creates similar problems, but chronically, trying to stay awake when your circadian clock says sleep, sleeping when it says wake. This misalignment is associated with health problems, metabolic issues, mood disorders, increased disease risk. Modern life disrupts circadian rhythms in subtler ways too. Artificial light at night delays the clock. Screen time before bed suppresses melatonin. Irregular sleep schedules on weekends confuse the system. Your brain evolved expecting consistent light-dark cycles. It has an internal timekeeper that needs regular external signals to stay synchronized. Respect that system. Regular sleep times, light exposure during the day, darkness at night, and you work with your biology. Fight it, and you're constantly struggling against your own brain's expectations of when things should happen. Tonight, your circadian clock is signaling that it's time for sleep, releasing melatonin, lowering body temperature, preparing all systems for rest. The brain can enter brief microsleeps lasting just seconds when you're severely sleep deprived, even if your eyes are open. During these lapses, parts of your brain go offline while others remain active. You might appear awake, but you're not fully conscious. These microsleeps happen involuntarily. You can't prevent them through willpower when sleep deprivation is severe enough. The brain simply takes them, overriding your conscious intention to stay awake. During a microsleep, you might stare blankly, stop mid-sentence, miss information, or, most dangerously, fail to respond to changing conditions while driving. Your eyes might be open, facing the road, but your brain isn't processing what you're seeing. This is why drowsy driving is so dangerous. You're not just slower to react, you're sometimes not reacting at all, because parts of your brain are briefly asleep. Studies suggest drowsy driving causes as many accidents as drunk driving. The microsleeps reveal something important. Your brain needs sleep so desperately that it will take it in fragments if you won't allow it properly. The drive for sleep is not optional. Fight it too long, and your brain will seize sleep in stolen moments, appropriate or not. Even moderate sleep deprivation can cause brief attentional lapses that resemble microsleeps. You zone out, miss something obvious, have to reread a sentence. Your brain is dipping briefly into sleep-like states, unable to maintain full wakefulness. The only real solution is actual sleep. Caffeine can delay microsleeps, but can't prevent them indefinitely. Eventually, sleep wins. The brain's need for rest is non-negotiable. Tonight, you're not fighting sleep but welcoming it, allowing your brain to sleep properly, for hours, without fragmentation, giving it what it needs rather than forcing it to steal sleep in dangerous fragments. Your brain will thank you with better function tomorrow. Lucid dreaming, knowing you're dreaming while dreaming, involves unusual activation of prefrontal regions normally quiet during sleep. Most dreams happen with this area inactive, which is why you don't question impossible events. But in lucid dreams, this critical awareness partially returns. Some people lucid dream naturally, frequently realizing mid-dream that they're asleep. Others never experience it, but research suggests it's a skill that can be learned through practice. Training yourself to recognize dream signs, to question reality, to notice when things don't make sense. Common techniques include reality testing during the day, regularly checking whether you're dreaming, until this habit continues into dreams, or keeping a dream journal to improve dream recall and recognize recurring patterns, or techniques like waking briefly during REM sleep, then immediately returning to it. During lucid dreams, brain scans show increased activity in prefrontal regions, particularly areas associated with self-awareness and metacognition. The brain is in a hybrid state, asleep enough to dream, awake enough to know it's dreaming. Some lucid dreamers report being able to control dream content, to fly deliberately, to summon people or objects, to explore the dream landscape with intention. Others simply observe, aware but not controlling, watching their dreams unfold with the knowledge that none of it is real. The state is fascinating because it challenges the usual boundaries between waking and sleeping consciousness. You're conscious of being unconscious, aware while unaware, thinking critically while still experiencing dream imagery. Some people use lucid dreaming for problem solving, creativity, or even practicing skills. Athletes mentally rehearse movements. Artists explore ideas. Others just enjoy the experience, the freedom of a world where physics and logic don't apply, but awareness remains. It's a strange borderland between sleep and waking, a state most people visit rarely, if ever. Your brain keeps working on problems during sleep, which is why solutions sometimes appear clearly when you wake up. The phrase, "sleep on it," has neuroscientific support. The sleeping brain continues processing, making connections, exploring solutions. During sleep, particularly REM sleep, the brain is free from the constraints of logical, focused thinking. It makes looser associations, connects distant concepts, explores unlikely combinations. This can lead to insights that eluded waking thought. There are famous examples, scientists and artists crediting dreams or sleep with breakthroughs. Dmitri Mendeleev reportedly dreamed the periodic tables organization. Paul McCartney claimed the melody for Yesterday came to him in a dream. Whether literally true or not, these stories reflect a genuine phenomenon. Research confirms it. People given problems to solve before sleep often perform better after sleeping than after equal time awake. Sleep seems to facilitate the kind of conceptual reorganization that creates insights. This might relate to memory consolidation processes. As the brain replays and reorganizes information during sleep, it can stumble upon new combinations, new ways of relating concepts that weren't obvious during focused waking thought. It's not magic. Your brain isn't accessing some mystical realm. It's doing what it does during sleep, processing memories, making connections, integrating information, and sometimes this processing yields solutions to problems your waking mind was stuck on. The key is setting the problem up beforehand. Your sleeping brain works on what your waking brain was focused on. Fall asleep while actively thinking about a problem, and your brain may continue working on it, approaching it from different angles, freed from the constraints of linear logical thought. So tonight, if you're puzzling over something, think about it before sleep, then let it go. Let your brain do its nocturnal work. The answer might be waiting when you wake. The brain has a negativity bias, paying more attention to threats and bad news than positive information. This isn't pessimism, it's evolution. Your ancestors who noticed dangers survived to pass on genes. Those who missed threats didn't. One negative experience typically has more psychological impact than one positive experience of equal intensity. You'll remember an insult longer than a compliment. A single piece of criticism can overshadow multiple praises. Bad news grabs attention more effectively than good news. This bias shows up in brain activity. Negative stimuli trigger stronger, faster responses in the amygdala. The brain dedicates more processing resources to potential threats than to opportunities or pleasures. This made sense in environments where missing a danger could mean death. Better to be overly cautious, to assume that rustling in the grass might be a predator, even if it's usually just wind. False alarms were survivable. Missed threats were not. But in modern life, this bias can fuel anxiety, pessimism, and stress. We're surrounded by information about threats. News media knows negativity captures attention. Our brains dutifully prioritize this information, even though most modern threats aren't immediate or life-threatening. The bias also affects memory. Negative events are often encoded more strongly, creating vivid, persistent memories. This is why traumatic experiences can be so hard to overcome. The brain is designed to hold on to them, to learn from dangers. Understanding the negativity bias doesn't eliminate it, but it creates perspective. When you find yourself dwelling on something negative while dismissing positive things, that's your evolutionary programming at work. The bad thing isn't necessarily more important. It just feels that way because your brain is designed to prioritize threats. You can consciously counterbalance this. Notice positive things deliberately. Allow good experiences to register fully rather than dismissing them. The bias is built in, but awareness creates choice about how much weight to give it. Tonight, as you rest, perhaps you can let the day's small worries fade while holding on to whatever was good, even briefly. Yawning is contagious because of those mirror neurons. Seeing someone yawn activates the same brain circuits in you. Your brain automatically simulates what it observes, and simulating a yawn often triggers an actual yawn. The contagion is remarkably powerful. About half of people will yawn after seeing someone else yawn. It works with videos, photographs, even reading about yawning or thinking about it. Right now, some of you might be yawning just from these words. the contagion seems stronger for people you're emotionally connected to. You're more likely to catch a yawn from a friend or family member than from a stranger. This suggests the mirror neuron system is modulated by social connection. Children under about 4 don't catch yawns, and the contagion develops as social cognition matures. People with autism, who often have differences in social cognition, show reduced yawn contagion. This links yawning contagion to empathy and social awareness. But why do we yawn at all? The purpose of yawning remains somewhat mysterious. It doesn't seem to be primarily about oxygen. People don't yawn more in low oxygen environments. Current theories suggest it might cool the brain, increase alertness during drowsy periods, or synchronize group behavior. The brain cooling theory proposes that the deep inhalation and jaw stretching increase blood flow and bring cooler air into contact with blood vessels, slightly lowering brain temperature. Some research supports this, showing yawning increases in warm environments. Whatever its primary purpose, the contagious nature suggests yawning might have served a social function, synchronizing sleep-wake states in groups, signaling that it's time to rest or that alertness is needed. Your mirror neurons don't distinguish between socially useful contagion and arbitrary mimicry. They simulate what they observe, making you susceptible to catching yawns, whether that's adaptive or not. And yes, you probably yawned while reading this. Your brain couldn't help it. Your brain can mistake tiredness for hunger because both states activate overlapping neural circuits. When you're sleep deprived, your body releases more ghrelin, the hunger hormone, and less leptin, the satiety hormone. The result is increased appetite, even if you don't actually need more calories. This is one reason sleep deprivation is linked to weight gain. Your brain is genuinely signaling hunger, making you crave food, particularly high-calorie foods that promise quick energy. But the real problem is exhaustion, not caloric deficit. The brain prioritizes energy acquisition. When it detects low energy, whether from lack of sleep or lack of food, it motivates eating. The signals get crossed because both tiredness and hunger represent energy deficits that eating might address. Sleep deprivation also impairs the prefrontal cortex, reducing impulse control. You're hungrier and simultaneously worse at resisting food temptations. Late-night snacking when tired isn't just habit, it's your brain's confused attempt to address an energy crisis. This confusion works both ways. Sometimes eating when you're actually tired provides a brief energy boost from glucose, but it doesn't address the underlying need for sleep. You might feel slightly better temporarily, then crash again. The solution is recognizing the pattern. Late-night hunger when you're tired might be your brain confusing signals. Sometimes what you actually need is sleep, not food. Of course, sometimes you're both tired and hungry, and both needs are legitimate. But chronic sleep deprivation creates false hunger signals that can lead to overeating, weight gain, and a cycle where poor sleep and poor eating habits reinforce each other. Tonight, as you rest instead of snacking, you're breaking that cycle, giving your brain the sleep it needs rather than the food it thinks it wants. Allowing proper rest to restore energy rather than seeking it from calories. Your body will recalibrate hormone levels during sleep, reducing tomorrow's hunger to more appropriate levels. The brain's perception of time is highly variable. Frightening experiences seem to last longer because your amygdala records more densely. During intense emotions, particularly fear, your brain shifts into a higher state of recording, capturing more details per second. Later, when you recall the experience, your brain has more memories of those seconds than it normally would. More memories create the impression that more time must have passed. The memory is denser, so the experience seems longer in retrospect. It's not that time actually slowed down in the moment. It's that your brain recorded more information, making the memory feel extended when you replay it. This can happen with any intense experience, positive or negative. Your first kiss might seem to have lasted longer than it did because your brain was recording intensely, capturing details. An accident might feel like slow motion because adrenaline triggered enhanced encoding. Conversely, routine experiences pass quickly because your brain records less. When you're on autopilot doing familiar things, time flies because you're creating fewer distinct memories. Looking back, that hour feels short because there's little to remember. This is why childhood seems to last forever, while adult years fly by. Children are constantly encountering new experiences, forming dense memories. Adults fall into routines, creating fewer distinctive memories, and time seems to accelerate. The implication is both sobering and actionable. Want time to feel more expansive? Create more novel experiences, pay more attention, engage more fully. The subjective experience of time depends partly on how much you're encoding. But tonight, the goal is not to stretch time, but to let it dissolve, to stop recording, to let experiences flow without analysis, to allow the brain to shift from encoding mode to processing mode. Time doesn't matter while you sleep. The usual perception of duration disappears. Hours pass in what feels like moments, or moments stretch into strange, dream eternities. Let time become flexible, irrelevant, untracked. Déjà vu likely occurs when your brain's memory system hiccups, creating a false sense of familiarity with a new experience. You're experiencing something for the first time, but your brain mistakenly tags it as a memory being retrieved rather than an experience being encoded. The sensation is distinct and a little uncanny. You feel certain you've experienced this exact moment before, even though you know rationally you haven't. The feeling is strong, visceral, yet impossible to verify. Several theories attempt to explain it. One suggests it's a timing error. Sensory information reaches memory centers through multiple pathways, and sometimes one arrives slightly before the others. The second signal feels like a memory because the first signal already created a trace. Another theory proposes that similarity to past experiences triggers partial recognition. A new scene resembles something you've seen before, enough to activate memory circuits, but the resemblance is too vague to identify consciously. You feel familiarity without knowing why. Stress and fatigue seem to increase déjà vu frequency, suggesting it might involve temporary glitches in how the brain processes new information. The memory system is complex, with multiple components that must coordinate precisely. Occasionally, coordination fails. Déjà vu is more common in young adults and decreases with age. It's almost always brief, lasting seconds, and it's generally harmless, a curious quirk of perception, not a sign of problems, but it reveals how constructed memory is. The feeling of familiarity is separate from actual familiarity. Your brain can generate that feeling erroneously, proving that the sensation of remembering isn't always reliable evidence that you're actually retrieving a real memory. Sometimes the present masquerades as the past. Your brain mistakes encoding for retrieval. And for a few strange seconds, the new feels old, creating that peculiar sensation that you've lived this moment before. Then it passes, leaving only the memory of having felt it. The placebo effect demonstrates how powerfully your brain's expectations can influence physical reality, even easing pain or symptoms. Give someone a sugar pill, but tell them it's powerful medicine, and their condition often improves, not through chemistry, but through belief. This isn't imagination or faking. Brain scans show real changes. Placebo painkillers activate the same pain relief pathways as actual painkillers, releasing endorphins and reducing activity in pain processing regions. The relief is physiological, even though the treatment is inert. Expectations shape reality at a neural level. If you expect treatment to work, your brain initiates processes that can produce the expected effects. This works for pain, nausea, fatigue, even some aspects of Parkinson's disease, any symptom partly controlled by brain activity. The strength of the effect depends on the strength of expectation. Larger pills work better than small ones. Injections work better than pills. Expensive treatments work better than cheap ones. None of this is about chemistry. It's about belief activating neural pathways. This doesn't mean all treatment effects are placebo. Real medications have effects beyond placebo. But it does mean that expectations contribute to outcomes, sometimes substantially. Every treatment includes some placebo component. It also means the brain has more control over the body than we often assume. Pain levels, immune responses, hormone release, all can be influenced by expectations, beliefs, and mental state. The mind-body connection isn't mystical. It's neural pathways translating expectations into physiological changes. Doctors now struggle with ethical questions about placebos. They work, but using them requires deception. Interestingly, research suggests placebos can work even when people know they're placebos, as long as they believe in the placebo effect itself. Your brain is powerful enough to heal or harm based partly on what you expect. Expectation isn't everything, but it's not nothing either. Tonight, expecting rest to restore you might actually help it do so. Synesthesia, where senses blend, like seeing sounds as colors, occurs when brain regions that normally work separately communicate. About 4% of people experience some form of synesthesia, often running in families and involving creative individuals. For synesthetes, sensory experiences automatically trigger additional sensory perceptions. Hearing music might produce vivid colors. Reading numbers might each have distinct colors. Words might have tastes. Days of the week might occupy specific spatial positions. These aren't metaphors or associations. They're automatic, consistent perceptual experiences. A synesthete who sees the number 5 as red will always see it as red. The cross-activation is stable, involuntary, and as real as any other perception. Brain imaging shows that synesthetes have increased connectivity between sensory regions. Areas that process different senses communicate more than usual, creating experiences where one sense triggers another. This might be an extreme version of normal brain function. All brains make some cross-sensory connections. We naturally associate high pitches with bright lights, low pitches with darkness. We describe sounds as sharp or smooth, using tactile language for auditory experiences. Synesthesia might reveal how much sensory integration happens normally, but unconsciously. Your brain constantly combines inputs from different senses. Synesthetes just experience this integration more explicitly, more vividly. Many synesthetes don't realize their experience is unusual until adolescence or adulthood. They assume everyone sees sounds or tastes words because that's always been their reality. Some use their synesthesia creatively. Musicians compose with colors in mind. Writers choose words partly for their tastes. The blended perceptions provide additional dimensions for creative expression. For most people, senses stay separate, but the boundaries are maintained by neural inhibition, by the brain keeping different sensory streams distinct. Reduce that inhibition, and the streams begin to merge. Tonight, in the darkness, your senses are reduced, but your brain might still generate phantom sensations. Seeing patterns with closed eyes, hearing sounds in silence. The boundary between sensation and imagination blurring as you drift toward sleep. Your brain can adapt to wearing prism glasses that flip your vision upside down, eventually reflipping it to appear normal. After about a week of continuous wear, your brain rewires to correct the inversion, proving how adaptable neural processing can be. During the first days, wearers struggle immensely. Reaching for objects goes wrong. Walking is difficult. The world feels fundamentally broken, but gradually the brain adapts. Vision starts feeling normal again, despite the prisms still inverting it. The adaptation is so complete that people can ride bicycles, play sports, navigate complex environments, all while wearing glasses that invert their visual input. The brain has completely compensated, making what was upside down feel right side up again. Then comes the second inversion. Remove the glasses after full adaptation, and the world looks upside down again. The brain has adjusted to the prisms, and now normal vision seems inverted. Readaptation to normal vision takes several days. This demonstrates that up and down aren't absolute perceptual facts. They're interpretations your brain makes, and those interpretations can be modified based on consistent input. Vision is constructed, not given. Similar adaptation happens with other sensory distortions. Prisms that shift vision sideways, lenses that magnify or shrink. The brain learns to compensate, recalibrating its model of visual space to match the actual relationship between perception and action. This plasticity is remarkable, but also reveals something unsettling. You're not perceiving reality directly. You're perceiving your brain's model of reality, and that model is flexible, modifiable, subject to revision based on consistent input. What you think of as stable, objective perception is actually a construction that your brain maintains and can alter when necessary. The world you see is an interpretation, not a truth. And interpretations can change. The brain's interpretation of the same stimulus can differ based on context. This is how optical illusions work. Your brain uses surrounding information and past experience to guess what it's seeing, sometimes guessing wrong in predictable ways. Consider the famous checker shadow illusion. Two squares that appear different shades but are actually identical. Your brain interprets one as being in shadow, adjusting its perception of color to compensate for the presumed lighting. The interpretation feels like direct perception, but it's inference. Or the Mueller-Lyer illusion, two lines of identical length appearing different because of arrow-like endings. Your brain interprets the arrows as depth cues, making one line seem farther away and therefore longer. The error is systematic, revealing the rules your brain uses. These illusions aren't failures. They reveal normally useful processing shortcuts. Your brain evolved to interpret ambiguous, visual data, to make educated guesses about three-dimensional reality from two-dimensional retinal images. Usually, these guesses are correct, but create artificial situations that exploit the guessing rules, and you get systematic errors, illusions. The brain is doing exactly what it evolved to do. The situation is just unusual. This matters because it means perception is always interpretation. You never see raw reality. You see your brain's best guess about reality based on available evidence. Usually the guess is accurate enough, but it's always a guess, always subject to context, expectation, and the particular rules your visual system follows. Even now, your perception of this moment is constructed. The colors, the distances, the objects, all interpreted, all inferred, all potentially subject to illusions if the context were different. You trust your senses because they usually work, but they're not delivering truth. They're delivering your brain's most plausible interpretation of ambiguous input. And that's usually good enough. Chocolate contains compounds that trigger dopamine release, which is part of why it feels genuinely comforting and pleasurable. Your brain's reward system responds to chocolate's chemistry, not just its taste, creating real mood-boosting effects. Chocolate contains phenylethylamine, which influences dopamine and endorphin production. It has theobromine, a mild stimulant similar to caffeine. It contains anandamide, which binds to the same receptors as THC, though far more weakly. Combined, these compounds genuinely affect brain chemistry. Of course, context matters too. The taste, the associations, the ritual of eating chocolate. All of this contributes to the pleasurable experience. But there's a chemical component beyond mere taste preference. This is true of many foods. Your brain's reward system evolved to respond to foods that were valuable for survival. High in calories, rare, nutrient-dense. Sweet things, fatty things, both once scarce and valuable, still trigger intense reward responses even though they're now abundant. Chocolate combines several triggers, sugar, fat, and those additional compounds, creating a particularly powerful reward signal. Your brain interprets this as good, valuable, consume more. Understanding this doesn't eliminate the pleasure. Knowing that chocolate triggers dopamine doesn't make it less enjoyable. If anything, it validates the experience. Yes, chocolate genuinely feels good because it's genuinely affecting your brain chemistry. But it also provides perspective. The craving isn't weakness or lack of willpower. It's your reward system responding predictably to specific chemical triggers. You can notice the craving without judgment, recognize it as a neural response, and choose whether to act on it. Tonight, resting without snacks, you're allowing your brain's reward system to quiet. No dopamine spikes from food, just the gentler contentment of rest. And tomorrow, if you choose chocolate, you can enjoy it with full awareness of the chemistry creating that pleasure. Scientists discovered in 2012 that the brain has a lymphatic system, overturning decades of belief that it lacked one. This finding of vessels that drain fluid and waste from the brain changes how we understand neurological diseases. For over a century, anatomists had mapped the body's lymphatic system, vessels that drain fluid, remove waste, support immune function, everywhere except the brain. The brain seemed to lack the system entirely, which was puzzling. How did it manage waste removal? Then researchers using new imaging techniques discovered vessels along the brain's outer membranes, connecting to the lymphatic system. These vessels, part of what we now call the glymphatic system, drain cerebrospinal fluid and the waste it carries away from the brain. This discovery was so unexpected that it initially met skepticism, but subsequent research confirmed it. The brain does have a drainage system, just harder to detect than elsewhere in the body. The implications are profound. Many neurological diseases involve protein accumulation: Alzheimer's with beta amyloid, Parkinson's with alpha-synuclein. If the drainage system malfunctions, these proteins might accumulate rather than being cleared away. This opens new therapeutic possibilities. Can we improve lymphatic drainage from the brain? Would that help prevent or slow neurodegenerative diseases? Research is ongoing. It also reinforces the importance of sleep when the glymphatic system is most active. Poor sleep might mean poor waste clearance, potentially contributing to disease risk over decades. The discovery is humbling for science. Something as significant as the brain's drainage system went undetected until very recently. What else might we be missing? What other fundamental aspects of brain function remain undiscovered? The brain keeps revealing new layers of complexity. Just when we think we understand the basic architecture, we find new systems, new mechanisms, new dimensions we hadn't noticed. The universe inside your skull is still being mapped, still surprising researchers, still holding secrets that might fundamentally change how we understand health and disease. And this discovery happened just over a decade ago. Imagine what the next decade might reveal. Recent research shows the gut microbiome, bacteria in your digestive system, can influence brain function and mood through the vagus nerve. Certain gut bacteria produce neurotransmitters, creating a two-way communication highway between your stomach and your mind. Your gut contains trillions of bacteria, collectively called the microbiome. These aren't invaders, they're partners, helping digest food, producing vitamins, training your immune system, and increasingly, research shows they affect your brain. Gut bacteria produce neurotransmitter precursors, compounds that can be converted into serotonin, dopamine, GABA. They produce short-chain fatty acids that affect brain inflammation. They communicate with the enteric nervous system, which communicates with the brain via the vagus nerve. Studies show that people with depression often have different gut microbiomes than healthy individuals. Mice given bacteria from depressed humans show depression-like behaviors. Transfer bacteria from anxious humans to mice, and the mice become anxious. This doesn't mean your gut bacteria cause depression. The relationship is complex, bidirectional. Stress affects the gut microbiome, which in turn affects brain function, potentially amplifying stress. It's a feedback loop rather than simple causation, but it suggests that gut health matters for mental health. Diet affects which bacteria thrive in your gut, potentially affecting your mood and cognition. Antibiotics that kill gut bacteria can temporarily affect mental state. Probiotics might have mood effects beyond placebo. This gut-brain connection helps explain why digestive issues and mental health issues often co-occur. They're not separate systems, but interconnected ones, each influencing the other. What you eat literally feeds the bacteria that might influence how you feel. Your diet affects not just your body, but also the microscopic ecosystem that may be affecting your brain. Tonight, as you rest, your gut microbiome continues its work, digesting, producing compounds, communicating with your nervous system, an ecosystem within you, quietly influencing your inner experience in ways science is only beginning to understand. Brain-computer interfaces can now allow paralyzed patients to control robotic limbs or type just by thinking. These devices decode neural signals associated with intended movements, translating thoughts into action without any muscle involvement. The technology involves implanting tiny electrode arrays into motor cortex, the brain region that normally controls movement. These electrodes detect when neurons fire in patterns associated with specific intended movements. Computer algorithms learn to recognize these patterns. When the pattern for reach forward appears, the computer commands a robotic arm to reach. When the pattern for close hand appears, the hand closes. The mapping is learned through practice. Patients think about moving, the computer records patterns, gradually learning which neural activity corresponds to which intended action. Some systems allow paralyzed individuals to move cursors on screens, type messages, control wheelchairs, even feed themselves using robotic arms, all through thought alone. The movements aren't as smooth or intuitive as natural movement yet, but they're functional, life-changing. Recent advances include providing sensory feedback. The robotic hand can send touch signals back to the brain, creating the sensation of touching objects. This closes the loop. Thought controls action. Action generates sensation, creating something closer to natural experience. The implications extend beyond medical applications. Could healthy people enhance themselves with extra limbs controlled by thought? Could we achieve direct brain-to-brain communication, thoughts flowing from one person's motor cortex to another's sensory cortex? These questions raise ethical concerns. Who owns neural data? How do we ensure safety? What are the implications of modifying or enhancing human cognitive capabilities? But for paralyzed individuals, these concerns are secondary to the profound gift of restored agency, the ability to move again, even through machines, to communicate without typing laboriously with eye movements, to interact with the world through intention alone. Your thoughts control your body naturally, seamlessly. For some, that connection is broken, but technology is creating new paths from intention to action. Neuroimaging revealed that meditation physically changes the brain, increasing thickness in regions associated with attention and emotional regulation. Just 8 weeks of mindfulness practice shows measurable changes in brain structure, not just function. Studies using MRI scans compared meditators' brains to non-meditators. Experienced meditators showed thicker cortex in regions involved in attention, body awareness, and sensory processing. They also showed differences in the amygdala, the brain's emotional center. Then researchers studied people new to meditation, scanning their brains before and after an 8-week mindfulness program. Even these beginners showed structural changes, increased gray matter density in regions associated with learning, memory, and emotional regulation. The changes correlate with reported benefits. People who meditate often report better attention, less reactivity to stress, greater emotional balance. The brain scans suggest these aren't just subjective impressions. but reflect actual neural changes. This demonstrates that mental training is physical training for the brain. Just as exercising muscles makes them stronger, exercising attention and awareness strengthens the neural circuits involved. The changes aren't dramatic. We're talking about small increases in cortical thickness, subtle shifts in neural density. But these small changes apparently contribute to noticeable functional differences. Different meditation practices may affect the brain differently. Focused attention meditation strengthens attention networks. Compassion meditation affects emotional processing regions. The brain changes reflect the specific mental skills being practiced. This research legitimizes meditation as more than relaxation or stress relief. It's a practice that physically remodels neural architecture. The brain's plasticity means that sustained mental practice creates structural changes. You could think of meditation as exercise for your brain. Not metaphorically, but literally. Deliberate practice that strengthens specific neural systems through repeated activation. Tonight, as you rest with awareness, you're engaging these same neural systems. Not formal meditation, perhaps, but a mindful settling, an attention to present experience. And even this gentle practice shapes your brain in subtle ways. Scientists can now predict with some accuracy what you're visualizing or remembering based on brain activity patterns. Machine learning algorithms decode neural patterns well enough to reconstruct rough images of what someone is seeing or imagining. This works because visual perception creates consistent patterns of neural activity. Seeing a face activates certain patterns. Seeing a house activates different patterns. These patterns are similar enough across viewing instances that computers can learn to recognize them. Researchers record brain activity while people view images. The computer learns which neural patterns correspond to which images. Then, when shown only the brain activity, the computer can predict which image the person is viewing, sometimes choosing correctly from thousands of possibilities. More impressively, similar techniques work for imagined images and memories. Think about a face, and your visual cortex activates in patterns similar to actually seeing a face. The computer can detect these patterns and identify roughly what you're visualizing. The reconstructions are crude, blurry, rough approximations rather than perfect copies. But they're better than chance, demonstrating that mental imagery has neural signatures that can be detected and decoded. This technology raises privacy concerns. If brain activity can reveal what you're thinking about, what does that mean for mental privacy? Currently, the technology requires invasive implants or large scanners and extensive calibration. But as it improves, questions multiply. Could employers scan employees' attention? Could authorities detect deception? Could marketers measure unconscious responses? The technical challenges are still enormous, but the ethical questions need addressing now. For now, the research mostly demonstrates how regular neural patterns are. Your unique thoughts and images arise from patterns of activity that follow rules. Rules predictable enough that computers can learn to recognize them. Your inner experience feels private, subjective, uniquely yours. But it's encoded in neural patterns that, in principle, could be read by others with sufficient technology. The boundary between private thought and observable reality is more permeable than it once seemed. The discovery of neuroplasticity in adult brains revolutionized neuroscience, showing the brain can reorganize after injury or with new learning. Stroke patients can sometimes recover lost functions by training other brain regions to take over damaged areas' roles. For decades, the dogma was that adult brains were fixed. Development happened in childhood, then structure was set. Brain damage meant permanent loss because neurons don't regenerate and circuits don't rewire. But this was wrong. Adult brains do reorganize constantly, learn a new skill, and relevant brain regions enlarge. Stop using a skill, and those regions shrink, lose one sense, and brain areas formerly processing it get recruited for other purposes. This plasticity enables recovery from brain injuries. A stroke damages part of motor cortex. Initially, corresponding movements are lost, but with intensive therapy, other motor regions can learn to produce those movements. The brain roots around damage, establishing new pathways. The recovery isn't always complete. There are limits to reorganization, but recovery is possible to degrees once thought impossible if patients receive appropriate, intensive training during critical windows after injury. Plasticity also means enriched environments enhance brain function throughout life. Learning new things, staying mentally active, having social connections, all of this promotes neural health and possibly cognitive reserve that protects against age-related decline. The brain you have now is not the brain you'll have in a year. Experiences will reshape it. What you practice will strengthen. What you neglect will weaken. The structure is dynamic, responsive, always adapting. This is hopeful but also sobering. Your daily activities, habits, and practices are literally sculpting your brain. Choose activities that promote the brain you want to have. Tonight marks one small transition in this ongoing plasticity. Sleep will consolidate today's experiences, strengthening some connections, weakening others. Tomorrow's brain will be slightly different from today's, shaped by how you spent today and how well you sleep tonight. Always changing, always plastic, always becoming. Researchers found that the brain creates new brain cells during exercise, particularly in the hippocampus. Physical activity triggers release of proteins that promote neurogenesis, literally growing your brain through movement. Exercise increases levels of BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, a protein that supports neuron survival and encourages growth of new neurons and synapses. It's like fertilizer for your brain, and physical activity makes your body produce more of it. The effects are measurable. People who exercise regularly show larger hippocampal volumes. They perform better on memory tasks. They seem to have lower risk of cognitive decline with aging. Even moderate exercise helps. Regular walking, not just intense training. The key seems to be consistency and getting your heart rate elevated, increasing blood flow to the brain, along with BDNF production. This suggests physical and mental health are deeply connected. Exercise doesn't just benefit your muscles and cardiovascular system. It directly affects brain structure and function. Moving your body grows your brain. The effect makes evolutionary sense. Our ancestors moved constantly, hunting, gathering, migrating. A brain that benefited from movement would be adaptive. Sedentary life is the anomaly, the modern condition our brains didn't evolve for. This doesn't mean exercise alone prevents all cognitive decline or cures mental health issues. But it's a significant factor, one that directly influences neurogenesis and neural health. Your brain right now reflects your movement patterns. Exercise more, and you'll literally have more neurons in key areas. Remain sedentary, and you're missing opportunities for neurogenesis. Tonight, at rest, your body is recovering from today's activities, but tomorrow, movement will again trigger those beneficial cascades: increased blood flow, BDNF release, support for new neurons. The brain grows through use, and sometimes use means moving the body that carries it. Brain waves from different people can synchronize during deep conversation or shared experiences, creating neural alignment. This coupling might be the neural basis of feeling in sync with someone or shared understanding during collaboration. When two people engage in genuine conversation, EEG recordings show their brain waves beginning to align. Listener and speaker brain activity start following similar patterns, particularly in regions associated with language processing. This happens during other shared experiences too. Musicians performing together show neural synchronization. People watching the same movie show similar patterns of brain activity. Shared attention and shared experience create shared neural states. This synchronization might facilitate communication and understanding. When your brain waves align with someone else's, you're literally in similar neural states, which might make understanding each other easier. It could also explain rapport. Some conversations flow effortlessly, others feel awkward. The difference might partly be how well neural patterns synchronize. Good rapport involves brains finding similar rhythms. The coupling is bidirectional. Speaker affects listener, but listener affects speaker too. It's mutual influence, both brains adjusting to create alignment. Communication is coordination at a neural level. This suggests social connection is deeply embodied. You're not just exchanging information, you're temporarily synchronizing brain states with others. Being together, especially in meaningful interaction, creates literal neural resonance. Isolation has costs beyond loneliness. Without regular social interaction, you miss opportunities for this neural synchronization, for your brain to resonate with others. Social connection isn't luxury. It's something your brain seems designed for. Tonight, alone with your thoughts, your brain waves follow their own patterns. But tomorrow, in conversation or shared presence, they'll begin aligning with others. Brief moments of neural unity, brains resonating together, creating the felt experience of connection. You are separate, but not entirely. In connection, boundaries blur, brain waves align, and something shared emerges. Optogenetics, developed in the 2000s, lets scientists control specific neurons with light revolutionizing brain research. By inserting light-sensitive proteins into neurons, researchers can turn individual cells on or off with precision impossible before. The technique involves genetic engineering. Scientists insert genes from light-sensitive algae or bacteria into specific neurons. These genes produce proteins that act as light-activated channels, allowing ions to flow across the cell membrane when light hits them. Shine blue light on these modified neurons, and they fire. Shine yellow light, and they stop firing. This allows unprecedented control. Researchers can activate or silence specific cell types in specific brain regions at specific times. This has revealed remarkable things. Activating certain neurons can trigger specific memories. Silencing others can prevent learned fears. Stimulating particular circuits can induce feeding behaviors, aggression, reward feelings, or sleep. Optogenetics is transforming our understanding of neural circuits. Instead of just correlating brain activity with behavior, researchers can test causation. Does activating this circuit cause that behavior? Usually the answer is yes, revealing how specific neural patterns generate experiences and actions. The technique is currently limited to research animals. Using it in humans would require genetic modification and implanted light sources. Possible in principle, but ethically complex and practically challenging. But it demonstrates how precisely we can now manipulate brain activity. We're not just observing the brain, we're learning to control it at the level of individual neurons and specific circuits. This power is both exciting and concerning. Understanding how to control neural circuits could lead to treatments for brain disorders. But it also raises profound questions about autonomy, identity, the ethics of brain manipulation. For now, optogenetics remains a research tool, illuminating how brains work by literally illuminating neurons and watching what happens. Light switches for consciousness, revealing the rules by which neural activity becomes experience. Recent evidence suggests the brain might use quantum processes for some functions, though this remains highly controversial. Some researchers propose quantum effects in microtubules within neurons could play a role in consciousness, though most remain skeptical. The proposal is that microtubules, structural proteins inside neurons, might maintain quantum coherence at biological temperatures. Quantum states in these structures might influence neural firing, potentially contributing to information processing in ways classical physics can't explain. This is extremely controversial. Most neuroscientists think quantum effects are irrelevant to brain function. Biological systems are too warm, too wet, too noisy for delicate quantum states to persist. Anything quantum would decohere almost instantly. Proponents argue that nature has found ways to exploit quantum effects elsewhere: photosynthesis, bird navigation, possibly enzyme function. Maybe the brain does too. The evidence is far from conclusive. Some experiments suggest quantum-like effects in microtubules. Others fail to replicate results. The mechanisms proposed are speculative. Most experts think consciousness arises from classical neural computation without requiring quantum physics. But it's interesting that we can't completely rule it out. The brain might operate entirely through classical physics, or there might be subtle quantum contributions we haven't detected yet. If quantum effects do contribute, it would be remarkable. Consciousness arising partly from the strange rules of quantum mechanics: superposition, entanglement, uncertainty. The smallest scales of physics somehow contributing to the highest level phenomenon of awareness. For now, it remains speculative, an intriguing possibility that most scientists doubt but can't completely disprove. The brain might be entirely classical, or it might be even stranger than we currently imagine. Either way, consciousness emerges from matter following physical laws. Whether those laws are entirely classical or include subtle quantum contributions, the mystery remains. How does any physical process become felt experience? The hard problem persists, quantum or not. We still don't know exactly how anesthesia works to produce unconsciousness, despite using it routinely in surgery. Different anesthetics seem to work through different mechanisms, and how they silence consciousness remains mysterious. Anesthesia is one of medicine's great success stories, Millions of surgeries happen safely under anesthesia each year. Patients lose consciousness predictably, feel no pain during procedures, wake up afterward. The practice works reliably, but the underlying mechanism is unclear. Different anesthetic drugs have different molecular structures, affect different neurotransmitter systems, yet all produce similar effects: loss of consciousness, amnesia, immobility, lack of pain response. Some anesthetics enhance inhibitory neurotransmission through GABA receptors, making neurons less likely to fire. Others block certain channels, alter membrane properties, or affect multiple systems simultaneously. But why these various changes all lead to unconsciousness isn't fully understood. One theory suggests anesthetics disrupt communication between brain regions. Consciousness might require integrated information flow across networks, and anesthetics might selectively impair this integration while leaving individual regions relatively functional. Another theory focuses on specific brain areas. Perhaps consciousness depends on particular thalamic or cortical circuits, and anesthetics specifically disrupt these critical nodes. The mystery is humbling. We can reliably induce and reverse unconsciousness, arguably one of the most dramatic interventions possible on consciousness, without completely understanding how it works. This also raises questions about consciousness itself. If we can silence it with chemicals, but don't know exactly how those chemicals work, what does that tell us about the nature of consciousness? It suggests consciousness is fragile, dependent on specific neural conditions that can be disrupted in multiple ways. It's not a simple on-off switch, but a complex state requiring precise coordination across brain systems. Anesthesia reveals consciousness by temporarily removing it. In that absence, we see how remarkable normal waking awareness is. Not a given, not inevitable, but a delicate accomplishment of properly functioning neural systems. Tonight, your descent into sleep is gentler than anesthesia, but involves similar transitions: consciousness fading, awareness dissolving, the integrated state of wakefulness giving way to fragmented sleep mentation. No drugs required, just your brain, shifting states as it does every night. The binding problem, how the brain combines separate features into unified perceptions, has no complete solution yet. Color, shape, motion, and location are processed separately. How they become one coherent experience of a red ball rolling is unknown. Your visual system is modular. Different brain regions process different features of visual scenes. V4 processes color. V5 processes motion. Other areas handle shape, depth, location. These regions work in parallel, each analyzing its specialized aspect. But you don't experience separate features. You see unified objects, a red ball, not redness, plus roundness plus motion happening independently. The features are bound together into coherent perceptions. How? The binding problem asks how the brain creates unified experiences from distributed processing. What mechanism ensures that the red and the round and the moving all belong to the same object? One proposed solution involves synchronized neural firing. Neurons representing features of the same object might fire in synchrony, creating temporal patterns that tag them as belonging together. But this theory has problems and isn't universally accepted. Another possibility is that attention provides the binding. Focusing on an object integrates its features. But this doesn't fully explain how you can perceive multiple objects simultaneously, each with properly bound features. The problem extends beyond vision. How does the brain bind sensations, emotions, thoughts, memories into the unified flow of conscious experience? You have one consciousness, not separate consciousnesses for each processing stream. This unity seems effortless, obvious, but it's actually deeply puzzling. The brain is massively parallel, with information flowing through countless separate pathways. Yet experience is unified, integrated, whole. Perhaps the unity is an illusion, and we're more fragmented than we realize. Or perhaps there's a binding mechanism we haven't discovered. Or maybe consciousness itself is the binding. The very nature of subjective experience is to integrate, to create wholes from parts. The problem remains unsolved. Your seamless, unified experience of this moment emerges from billions of neurons processing separately. How that separation becomes unity is still mysterious. Whether free will exists or if our choices are predetermined by brain activity remains one of neuroscience's deepest questions. Brain scans show activity predicting decisions before we're consciously aware of choosing, raising profound philosophical questions. Famous experiments by Benjamin Libet in the 1980s showed that brain activity predicting a decision to move begins about half a second before conscious awareness of deciding. The brain seems to decide before you consciously choose. More recent studies with fMRI can predict simple decisions, like pressing a left or right button, up to several seconds before conscious choice, based on patterns of neural activity. This seems to challenge free will. If neural processes determine your choice before you consciously make it, are you really choosing? Or just experiencing the illusion of choice while your brain follows predetermined patterns? But the interpretation is debated. Some argue these experiments test only simple, arbitrary decisions, pressing buttons randomly, not meaningful choices involving values, reasons, deliberation. Brain activity initiating movement isn't the same as determining complex decisions. Others note that readiness potentials might reflect preparation or background noise rather than determined choices. The brain activity might open possibilities without determining outcomes. And philosophically, even if choices emerge from brain activity, that doesn't necessarily eliminate free will. If your brain is you, then your brain's activity is your activity. The choice is still yours, even if it's determined by neural processes. The question touches deep issues: consciousness, identity, moral responsibility. If choices are just brain activity following physical laws, does blame or praise make sense? Yet we seem to experience genuine choice, genuine agency. Perhaps free will is compatible with determinism. Perhaps it's an illusion, but a useful one. Perhaps the question itself is confused, mixing incompatible concepts. Your brain decided you'd read these words before you consciously chose to. Does that make the choice less yours? Or is the decision-making process itself what you are? The answer isn't clear. The mystery persists. We don't fully understand why humans sleep, though we know it's essential. Theories range from energy conservation to memory consolidation. Every animal sleeps in some form, yet the core evolutionary purpose of spending a third of life unconscious remains debated. The fact that sleep is universal suggests it's profoundly important. Evolution preserved it despite obvious costs, being unconscious and vulnerable for hours. Something about sleep must be irreplaceable, enough to justify those risks. Various theories propose different primary functions. Energy conservation, sleeping reduces caloric needs. Memory consolidation, sleep processes and stores information. Synaptic homeostasis, sleep rebalances synaptic strengths. Waste clearance, the glymphatic system flushes toxins. Emotional regulation, sleep processes feelings. Each theory has evidence. Sleep does all these things. But which is the core function, the original reason sleep evolved? Or is there no single answer? Does sleep serve multiple essential purposes? The mystery deepens when you consider that different species sleep differently. Some animals sleep only one brain hemisphere at a time, keeping the other alert. Some sleep in brief bursts throughout the day. Some reduce sleep to nearly nothing during migration, apparently suffering no ill effects. If sleep were simply about one specific function, you'd expect more consistency. The variation suggests sleep might accomplish different things in different species, or the same goals through different mechanisms. What's certain is that we need it. Deprive humans of sleep, and everything deteriorates: cognition, health, emotional stability. Sleep isn't optional or wasteful. It's essential, even if we don't fully understand why. Perhaps sleep is like eating, serving multiple vital functions that can't be fully separated. You need food for energy, building materials, vitamins, fiber. Similarly, you might need sleep for multiple reasons, all essential, all intertwined. Tonight, as you sleep, your brain will do all these things: conserve energy, consolidate memories, rebalance synapses, clear waste, process emotions. Whether one is primary or all are equally important, they're all happening, all necessary. The mystery of why persists, but the fact that you need it is undeniable. The relationship between brain activity and subjective experience, why neural firing feels like something, is called the explanatory gap. We can correlate brain states with experiences, but explaining how physical processes become felt, sensations remains elusive. This is related to the hard problem, but focuses specifically on explanation. We can describe brain activity in complete physical terms: neurons firing, neurotransmitters released, circuits activating. But this description, however complete, doesn't capture the felt quality of experience. What is it like to see red? You can describe the wavelengths of light, the retinal responses, the neural pathways, the brain activity. But none of this explains the redness itself, the subjective quality, the phenomenal character, what philosophers call qualia. Some argue this gap can be closed through better neuroscience. Once we understand brain function completely, the relationship between activity and experience will become clear. The gap is just ignorance, closable through knowledge. Others think the gap is fundamental. Physical descriptions and experiential descriptions are categorically different. No amount of physical information can logically entail subjective experience. You could know everything about brain function and still not understand why it feels like something. This might be a limitation of our concepts. We lack the vocabulary or conceptual framework to bridge physical and experiential descriptions. Future generations might develop new concepts that make the connection obvious, the way modern physics made sense of phenomena that seemed paradoxical before. Or the gap might be unbridgeable. Physical processes and felt experiences might be fundamentally different kinds of things, with no possible explanation connecting them. The connection might be a brute fact, unexplainable in principle. Your experience right now, the feel of existence, the quality of perception, is the most immediate fact of your life. Yet how it arises from neurons remains deeply puzzling. The gap between matter and mind, between brain and experience, remains. Perhaps forever, perhaps only for now. But the experience continues, mysterious and undeniable. Your sense of self might be an illusion created by the brain to organize and interpret experience, rather than a fixed entity. The continuous you feels real, but it's constructed from moment to moment by narrative-creating brain processes. When you introspect, looking for this self, what do you find? Thoughts, sensations, memories, but not a separate entity observing them. The self that seems to exist might be more like a process than a thing, a continuous construction by brain systems organizing experience. Your sense of continuous identity depends partly on memory. You remember being you yesterday, last year, in childhood. These memories create narrative continuity, a story of a person persisting through time. But memory is unreliable, constantly reconstructed. The past self you remember might be partly fictional. Split brain research suggests the self can fragment. When the corpus callosum is severed, each hemisphere seems to have its own sense of agency, its own preferences. Which is the real self? Perhaps there isn't one, just competing processes usually unified through communication. Buddhist philosophy has long proposed that the self is illusory, that close examination reveals no permanent, unchanging essence. Modern neuroscience somewhat supports this. The self appears to be a construct, not a fundamental entity. But this doesn't mean you don't exist. It means the you is more fluid, more process-like, more constructed than it feels. You're real, just not in the simple, solid way intuition suggests. The self is something your brain does, not something your brain has. It's an ongoing activity, a continuous creation, a story told by neural processes to organize and make sense of existence. This can be unsettling or liberating. Unsettling because it challenges the most basic intuition, that you exist as a unified, continuous entity. Liberating because it suggests you're not fixed, not trapped in a permanent identity, but constantly being created anew. Tonight, as consciousness fades into sleep, the self dissolves partially. Tomorrow, it will be constructed again, similar but not identical, continuous but not unchanging. You are the story your brain tells itself, and stories can always be revised. We don't know if other animals experience consciousness the way we do, or if consciousness exists on a spectrum. Do dogs dream? Do octopuses feel? These aren't just poetic questions. They're genuine scientific puzzles without clear answers. Consciousness seems to require certain neural complexity, but we don't know the minimum threshold. Humans are clearly conscious. Rocks clearly aren't. But where's the boundary? Are mammals conscious? Birds, fish, insects? Where does subjective experience begin? Some animals show behaviors suggesting consciousness, complex problem solving, apparent emotional responses, recognition of self in mirrors. But behavior doesn't prove subjective experience. Maybe they're sophisticated, unconscious automata, processing information without any inner felt experience. The problem is fundamental. Consciousness is inherently subjective. You know you're conscious through direct experience, but you can't directly experience anyone else's consciousness. You infer it in other humans because they're similar to you. But the more different an animal is, the more uncertain the inference becomes. Some philosophers argue consciousness might be more widespread than we assume. Perhaps any information processing system has some minimal form of experience. This view, called panpsychism, suggests even simple systems might have rudimentary subjectivity. Others think consciousness requires specific neural architectures, perhaps only mammals and birds, which have complex brains, experience anything. Simpler nervous systems might process information without subjective experience. We might never know for certain. We can't ask animals directly, and no objective test definitively proves consciousness. We can only observe behavior, brain activity, and make educated guesses. This matters ethically. How we treat animals depends partly on whether we think they suffer, feel pleasure, have experiences that matter to them, but we can't be certain what their inner lives, if any, are like. Your consciousness is certain to you but mysterious to others. Similarly, other minds, human and animal, remain partly opaque, their inner experiences ultimately inaccessible. Tonight you'll dream, and your pets might dream too. But what it's like for them, if it's like anything at all, remains unknown. The brain might continue processing information for several minutes after clinical death, though what this means for consciousness is unknown. Some people report lucid experiences during cardiac arrest, raising questions about awareness during the dying process. Clinical death, when the heart stops, doesn't mean immediate brain death. The brain can survive several minutes without oxygen before irreversible damage occurs. During this window, some neural activity continues, though increasingly disrupted. Some people who've been resuscitated report experiences during the period they were clinically dead, seeing lights, feeling peace, sensing separation from their bodies, encountering deceased loved ones. These near-death experiences are profound, life-changing for those who have them. Skeptics explain them as brain activity during the process of dying or during resuscitation, hallucinations caused by oxygen deprivation, neurochemical changes, or random neural firing. The experiences might be generated by a dying brain, not evidence of consciousness continuing beyond death. But a few cases are harder to explain. Reports of detailed perceptions of resuscitation procedures that the person shouldn't have been able to perceive if unconscious. These cases are rare and debated, but they raise intriguing questions. What we know is that the transition from life to death isn't instantaneous. There's a gray zone where the body is clinically dead, but the brain hasn't entirely ceased function. What happens in consciousness during this transition remains uncertain. Some neural activity continuing doesn't necessarily mean consciousness continues. The brain might be generating activity without unified awareness. Or consciousness might persist briefly, then fade as oxygen depletion increases. We can't study this directly. We can only rely on reports from those who've been close to death and returned, and interpret those reports through various frameworks: neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, spirituality. The dying brain remains mysterious. What happens in those final moments of neural activity, whether any form of awareness persists, and how that relates to questions about existence beyond death, all remain unknown. Tonight your brain is far from such concerns, alive, healthy, preparing for sleep, but the questions linger in the background of human existence. Whether consciousness could arise in artificial systems, if we could create truly sentient machines, remains an open question. As AI grows more sophisticated, the question shifts from "could machines think?" to how would we know if they were conscious? We can't definitively detect consciousness even in animals similar to us. How could we recognize it in something radically different, like a computer? There's no test, no measurement that conclusively proves subjective experience exists. Some argue consciousness requires specific biological substrates: neurons, organic chemistry, evolutionary history. On this view, silicon-based systems could never be conscious, regardless of computational sophistication. Consciousness isn't just about information processing, but about the specific physical medium. Others think consciousness emerges from certain types of information processing, regardless of substrate. If so, sufficiently, complex AI systems might become conscious. The question becomes one of architecture and complexity, not biology specifically. But we might create systems that behave indistinguishably from conscious beings without having subjective experience. Or we might create genuinely conscious systems but fail to recognize their consciousness because they express it too differently from human consciousness. This raises ethical concerns. If we create conscious AI, do we owe them moral consideration? How do we handle the uncertainty? Do we err on the side of assuming consciousness and granting rights, or assume unconsciousness until proven otherwise? As AI advances, these questions become more pressing. Current AI isn't conscious. It's sophisticated pattern, matching without subjective experience. But future systems might cross some threshold, and we might not recognize when it happens. Your consciousness is certain to you. A future AI's consciousness, if it occurs, might be uncertain to everyone, including the AI itself. Consciousness in unfamiliar substrates might be unrecognizable, generating ethical dilemmas we're unprepared for. The brain, evolved over millions of years, generates consciousness through mechanisms we don't fully understand. Could we create it deliberately in silicon? And if we did, what responsibilities would that create? Questions for the future, perhaps, but not the distant future. The brain's deepest mystery might be that it's complex enough to wonder about itself, studying its own nature through science and philosophy. You are the universe examining itself, 3 pounds of matter contemplating existence. And that recursion is perhaps the most beautiful puzzle of all. Think about the strangeness of this moment. Your brain, a biological organ, following physical laws, is considering its own nature. Neurons firing in patterns that create thoughts about neurons firing in patterns. The brain observing itself, questioning itself, trying to understand itself. This self-reflection seems almost impossible. How can a system comprehend itself from within? How can the brain grasp the brain using the brain? It's like an eye trying to see itself, possible only through mirrors, indirect methods, partial views. Yet here we are, making progress. Neuroscience maps brain regions, traces pathways, identifies mechanisms. Philosophy clarifies concepts, questions assumptions, explores implications. Together, slowly, we're building understanding of how brains work, including the brain doing the understanding. This creates vertiginous loops. Your understanding of brains changes your brain, which changes your understanding. You learn about neuroplasticity, which itself is neuroplasticity in action. You read about memory while forming memories of reading about memory. Perhaps this recursion is consciousness itself, the brain's ability to model not just the world but itself, to have representations of its own representations, thoughts about thoughts, awareness of awareness, the loop of self-reference, creating the strange sense of being a subject, an observer, a self. You are matter that has become capable of contemplating matter. Atoms arranged in patterns complex enough to wonder about atoms. The universe, through you, through all conscious beings, observing itself, questioning itself, gradually understanding itself. This is both humbling and extraordinary. You're not separate from nature, observing it from outside. Your nature observing itself from within. Every thought about the brain is the brain thinking about itself. Every question about consciousness is consciousness questioning itself. And tonight, as you drift towards sleep, this self-examining, self-questioning, endlessly fascinating system will quiet, will rest, will continue its work in different modes. The universe briefly stops examining itself consciously, but the examination continues tomorrow, and tomorrow after that, 3 pounds of organized matter persisting in the beautiful, impossible task of understanding itself. And so we've wandered through 100 facts about the brain. Your brain, the one that's been listening, understanding, perhaps drifting as these words wash over you. 3 pounds of soft tissue, 86 billion neurons, 100 trillion connections, electricity and chemistry arranged just so, creating everything you've ever experienced, everything you are. It's strange to think about, isn't it? That all of this, your memories, your personality, your sense of self, your ability to understand these words right now, emerges from biological processes, neural firing, neurotransmitter release, the quiet work of cells communicating across microscopic gaps. And stranger still that this system can examine itself, can wonder about its own nature, can be both the observer and the observed. You are the universe contemplating itself. Matter become conscious, capable of asking why and how. We've covered so much tonight. How your brain develops, how it processes the world, how it learns and remembers and forgets. The mysteries that remain, consciousness, free will, the explanatory gap between matter and experience. The discoveries that keep surprising us, neuroplasticity, neurogenesis, the glymphatic system. But here's what matters most. This remarkable thing, your brain, needs rest. It's carried you through another day. It's processed countless sensations, made thousands of decisions, maintained your body, created your inner life. And now it needs to shift into a different mode, to consolidate, to clear waste, to restore balance. Sleep is when your brain does essential maintenance. The cleaning crews arrive, memories are processed and stored, neural connections are strengthened or pruned, emotional residue from the day is metabolized. All of this happens while you're unaware, while consciousness releases its grip and allows other processes to take over. So let it happen. Let your amazing, complex, mysterious brain do what it needs to do. You don't have to understand how it all works. It will manage on its own, following routines perfected over millions of years of evolution. The thoughts will slow. The constant chatter will quiet. The sense of self will soften and dissolve. And in the morning, you'll reconstruct it all again. Wake to another day of being this particular configuration of matter and energy. This temporary pattern of consciousness moving through the world. For now, just rest. Let the brain that's been working all day continue its work in different ways. Let the questions fade. Let the wondering settle. You are here. You are safe. Your brain knows what to do. And the mystery of it all, the deep, beautiful, impossible mystery of consciousness, of existence, of 3 pounds of matter capable of wondering about itself, that mystery will still be here tomorrow. For now, just sleep. Good night.